Sorry, I'm sorry.
Jenali. It's Jenali.
ALI, Jenny. Okay.
Yes. Yeah. Okay. Well, I've got to let you go because I have another caller on my show. But please do that technique, and things should shift around pretty quickly. Okay.
Okay. Thank you so much for your help.
Yeah, you're welcome, Sharon. Have a good night. Okay, I think that one disconnected. All right, I've got Judy next from St. Louis. St. Louis? How do we say that, guys? Hi, how are you?
Yeah, St. Louis, finding you.
I'm doing well, thank you. What can I help you with tonight?
You know what? I think I just want to know what you think. First, I'm thinking about writing a book. So I want to see, do you see anything in my future about me writing this book? And is there just anything you just feel like I need to know in life?
Okay, you got it. What is your birthday, Judy?
January 29th.
And what year?
Oh, 64.
Okay. Just tuning into your energy just a little bit more. Okay, so when you said I want to write a book, I'm like, yes, please do that. Please do that. 100%, please do that. Your challenge is that you always talk yourself out of the good things, and I feel like you've thought about this for a very long time, and you keep finding reasons to talk yourself out of it. Please do it. And then you might have to also maybe set a schedule for yourself and work on it at a certain time every single day, or whatever it is, a day a week, or whatever that is, so you don't get sidetracked. But if you could stay on task, you could do this. And I think it's going to go better for you than you thought possible. You're going to definitely have some challenges going through the process, but I think, I think you could almost have it all completed within a year, even less if you really put your mind to it.
Okay.
So the number one challenge is you just getting in your own mind. The second challenge, have you looked into your publishers yet?
I have. I got all that taken care of. It's just writing it.
Yes. Okay. Please do that for yourself. It'd be such a huge accomplishment. And I really feel like as you're writing it, you're going to allow some energy to pour out, and you're just going to get into this beautiful creative flow. And I see you super feeling more accomplished, more proud of yourself, if you will. And I think it'll be a really good thing for you. So yes, definitely do that for yourself.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. One of the things I'm going to ask you to do, it's more spiritual based though, is it looks like you get out of your body a lot while you're sleeping. And I feel like your body's coming back. Your body's still pretty drained and tired, and your dreams are crazy if you can even remember it. Please remember that when you're going to bed at night, it's going to be very important for you to protect your body. Do you do any type of prayers or anything right before bedtime?
I usually go to sleep to meditation.
Okay, good. So what I would also recommend is just saying your prayers. And I'm just going to ask, this is what I do. I just ask for one of my protectors or my spirit guides or my loved ones to come in and watch my body as I am sleeping. And if my spirit gets out and goes to do work on the other side, I ask for that continuous, beautiful healing energy to still fulfill my body. So I wake up feeling rested, rejuvenated, and ready to go. And if there's anything that I need to remember so that I can continue on with this human journey, please let that be infused with me. I say something like that. So we're getting protected. We're asking for our body to still have that beautiful, limitless energy. And then just remembering anything we might need to for our journey down here. But your body, have you been tired for a very long time? Like when you wake up in the mornings, you're still exhausted?
No, actually, I'm pretty refreshed in the morning. I don't set an alarm, so I let my body wake myself up.
Okay, I love that. Just pay attention, because as you're writing, as you're going to start writing your book pretty soon, it looks like that might start happening to you. And please just remember that it's good for everybody, but yeah, just remember that. What other questions do you have?
I think that's it, unless you see something in my future that you want me to know about.
The future stuff is a little bit more hard. I'm really good at healing the body right now. Anything in your immediate
Okay.
stuff, if you have a question, I'm a little bit better with that.
Oh, so you're more help.
Yeah, I do a lot of
So,
like everything, but I just don't travel into the future very often. The future is
yeah,
always changing. You could go out and make a decision tonight that's going to affect everything that I've just told you. So I kind of stay more in the immediate, like
yeah,
present and the immediate future, not too far out. So it's like if you do have a question, then I can tune into that. I can tune into the
yeah.
body. I can tune into more of the past stuff, but future's always changing. So that one's a little challenging.
I think I need to know how to get more my spiritual guides, like how to get more, yes, talking to my spiritual guides. Like I know
Yeah,
meditation, but I want to hear more what they want me to do. You know what I'm saying?
yep, 100%. Okay. So that I can do. Well, that I can do. Right now, you have directly right now, you have 3 or 4 of them around you. We all have a whole team of them. You have your records keeper who's there, which tells me that something big is going to change for you, and that's probably your book. You have a spirit guide. This one's going to present herself as female. Um, she's got shoulder length blondish hair. She's got bangs. Right there, she's trying to help you with more of your happiness. So it's almost like you're trying to experience freedom of your soul. It's like things have been heavy for, like in the past, things have been heavy for so long. Now is your time to shine. Now is your time to feel that freedom. You've done so much work over your lifetime. Now it's your time. And I don't mean work like human work. I mean like work on your spirit, work on your soul, work on things like that, work
Right.
of the mind, work of the heart. And so it's your time for freedom. And she really is trying to help you out with that. You do have a protector.
Do you know her
there.
name?
I do not receive names, but I'm going to tell you how to communicate
Okay.
with her. And I always call them something. Like I would call this one Diana, right? I always call them something. But like I don't ask for their names. I just call them something. So whatever you want to call her, just communicate with her. They do not care what they are called. They just love it when you talk. Now, I was taught to talk with my voice, even if it's a whisper, because there are so many different types of electronics out there, TV and all that stuff. They can't tell the difference. Speak with your mouth the best that you can. Ask them for things. And I would love to continue with this because this is my favorite topic of all time, but I do have to get off. I have like 15 seconds left to get off the air. So you can find me at Your Beautiful Life with Jenna Lee on Facebook if you want to communicate some more, okay?
Much. You have a great night.
You too. Thank you so much. Bye. All right, guys, that's it for this week. I will see you next week. Have a great day. Have a great week, too.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. Time for New York City Celebrity Psychic with Perry Lyons. Perry Lyons. Live from PerryLyons.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-26 2751. In London, 2035192158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/Psychic Radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is New York City Celebrity Psychic on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, darling ducklings, my cherished ducklings. I'm Perry Lyons, and this is A1R Radio and Moonstruck TV. We're here every week. Well, I'm here every week, so I guess they are too. Anyway, so I'm glad you came to meet me at the crossroads of destiny and desire, and also Maple Street, but we don't talk about that. So, hi. I'm going to do the Psychic Tarot weather, which is just like regular weather, except less damaging to crops. And what is today, May 20th? Yes, I'm going to pull the cards for the week of May 20th to May 27th, which is Wednesday to Wednesday. So the tarot weather this week goes from my show to my show next week. So pretty much a me-centric universe. You may ask my permission to do things, but granted. Okay. And also, I'm staring at the phone like a lovesick teenager, waiting for your calls so I can answer your questions, even the ones you didn't know you had. So there. All right. It's been an interesting week. I don't know about you. This past week, I was a grumpy puss. I got grumpy with everybody. So Nancy, I apologize. Katerina, I apologize. Everybody. So here's the Psychic Tarot weather. The first card is the beginning of the week. Second card is the middle-ish of the week, the weekend. Oh, hi, Tammy, Spickard, Missouri. I love Missouri. So I'll be with you in 3 minutes. Love Missouri. While I'm doing that, would you package and send me some barbecue, please? Thank you. Okay. So the first card this week, the first few days of the week, is the Lover's card. And the Lover's card is beautiful. It's a beautiful deck. In fact, my friend Nancy, whose pet I bid off earlier this week, gave me this deck. But if you're in a new love affair or you're in a relationship that may have been sort of coughing up blood in the last few weeks, suddenly things are better. And that you're starting to see a real turnaround. And I don't know if everybody just decided to let the other person do whatever it is they're doing. Well, I mean, within legal limits, obviously, but, the Mel Robbins let them technique, which is very smart. So that's the beginning of the week. The middle of the week is interesting. That's this weekend, and appropriately enough, the Devil card, which has nothing to do with the actual devil. It's just a symbol. Do not get alarmed. But the symbol means that there's possibility that you might be tempted to get sucked into old patterns in either a new relationship or the relationship you're working on. You could also meet somebody, if you're single, you probably meet somebody that's within the next 2 weeks. The Lover's card and this card and the next card, which you're also going to like, are about like this week immediately. So be careful. So if you've always sort of, played the victim in relationships or been too picky, broke up with somebody because they wore one brown sock and one black sock, this is the week not to do that, to look at your old patterns, to not over-communicate or not over-produce, as a girlfriend of mine who is a dating coach genius says. Okay, and the last card is a very reassuring card because even if you do that, you can still fix it because you got wait a minute, this card's sticking together. Okay. Well, I think I spilled some cider in my, anyway, they're sticking together. So just pay attention to the first one. I'm not being very professional right now. Hold on. Oh. Everything I say is still valid, but pretend you only see one card here, but that's the Two of Cups. And if you'll notice, these two people are exchanging a loving cup. And the cup goes from like their throat area, which is the truth-telling chakra, covers their heart area, and goes down to like their navel area, which is about confidence and being in the world with love. That's Archangel Raphael above them, and that's the Asclepius, which is the healing symbol that you see in doctors' prescription pads. Not that you go around looking at those, but if you did, it's on there. Anyway, so that just means that the relationship you're in that you've been working on is lovely. It's got a firm foundation and it's going to work out. Ta-da! There you go. Okay, my darling. My little Missouri Belle. Are you still there?
I am.
Oh, I'm so glad. Thank you. I like to connect people through their birthdays. So when is your birthday?
My birthday is April 21st.
Ooh. Do you identify as an Aries or a Taurus?
Taurus.
Yeah. Good. We love those. So this last month must have been pretty good for you. Taurus season. And
Yeah.
I love Taurus season. I get a lot of gardening done. And but Tauruses are very straight talking. They're very honest. And so during Taurus season, sometimes even those of us who are not Tauruses get in a little trouble for that. Anyway, how can I help you today, my darling?
Well, I would just like to, should I just ask you some questions, or can you just give me a basic?
Yeah.
Okay, like on my business and my personal life, how's it looking?
Ask the question that I can see is at the top of your mind. I'd love to do all of those, but keep in mind we have about 7 minutes. It's not as long a show as it usually is. So I'll cover as much as I can. But there's a question that you're a little afraid to ask, but I can tell you the person you're worried about hearing this, they're not listening. Not because it's not a great show. They're just off doing something else. Okay. So what is it?
Okay. Well, let's go with, there's been a certain person in my life for like 7 years. Joe,
Yeah.
I mean, is a good friend of mine, but do you see anything there?
Do you know, tell me his birthday but what month is he born in?
January.
So he's a Capricorn, not an Aquarius?
Correct.
Yeah. Do you mind if I ask, have you been intimate during this whole time? I get the feeling that you've...
I have not.
Yeah, that's what I thought. I get the feeling that there's a friendship that's about to burst into flame in a good way. But it's funny because, women, we get into this thing of waiting for guys to make the first move, which I approve of because it's just easier. But sometimes you have to give them hints. And men being men, sometimes those hints include hiring a plane to skywrite over his favorite beach. Hey, you idiot, ask me out. I think you're going to have to turn up the heat in this a little. He got really badly burned by a relationship once. It was a while ago, but oh boy. You've had a couple of difficult relationships. You had one really good one, but he got his ass kicked, handed to him on a platter. Yeah. I mean, this person put his heart in the blender and then fed it to the cat. Not good.
Right.
The cat liked it, but not good generally. So I think he's a little gun shy, and I think you're going to have to kind of give him hints. I also think that you're I think you're so straightforward that sometimes you think flirting is a little not in your range. It definitely is. Taurus women, when they feel like it, outgun any of the other signs in flirting because you're ruled by Venus, and that's a very big part of you. And you're very good at the other stuff, which we're not going to go into because it's not that kind of channel. But so you have a lot to offer. I also think he's got a massive crush on you. Now, he has a couple of kids, right?
He does. 16.
Yeah. And that's a difficult age. So he's partly distracted by that. And he's partly a little worried about what the kids will say if he introduces you as something other than a really good friend. But they don't have to know. You're a friend.
Right. That's
you
true.
Guys have, and you've already established emotional intimacy and mental connection. You trust each other, which is 98% of a romantic relationship. Much more.
Yep, I agree with that.
Trust is the greatest aphrodisiac. It really is. Now, having gotten that out of the way, because I think you're probably going to, not trick him, but you're going to ease him into a position where he can make a move without feeling like he's lost face. He's also very proud in a very quiet way. I don't think he's a big like da-da-da-da-da kind of guy. I think he's
no, he's not.
No, I think he's quiet and steady. I like him. He's like somebody who the actor Henry
Yes.
Fonda would have played in a movie in the 40s.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like old movies. Sorry. Yeah, I can definitely see something unfolding slowly. You can let it unfold slowly, or you can, do the woman thing where you run until you let him catch you, basically. Because he's old-fashioned, so you can't be too forward, but you can hint, because
Right.
subtlety is not a strong point of his. Got it? But he's got a crush on you.
Right.
So,
Got it.
and you guys are very well
All
suited.
right. Yep.
Very.
Yes.
Capricorn and Taurus rocks. Best combo ever. The question about your career, ask me that one now, too. Got a little time.
Where I have a 501c3, and I'm wondering if it's going to do good, or is it going to, what do I need to do, or anything, I guess, anything you can tell about it.
And you fell out for a second. It sounded like you had a Bible mo, and I don't think that's what you said.
A 501c3, so it's a not-for-profit
Oh,
that
great.
I'm helping
Good for
people.
You. Oh,
And I
that's
also have a
wonderful.
thrift store, but
Really? Where?
but above the thrift store,
I'm coming. I love thrift stores. Oh, so you have
yes,
to.
in Trenton, Missouri.
Trenton, Missouri. Can I tell folks what the store is, or do you want to remain under the radar?
Sure, it's the Weeping Willow Thrift.
Weeping Willow Thrift Store in where, Missouri?
Trenton.
Trenton, Missouri. Folks, I can
Yes.
tell by this lady's voice and total awe, and also I'm a 25-year psychic, so it's a great store. You should go.
Yeah.
And I think because you're Taurus, also you got a fantastic eye for treasures, so you know exactly what
Yes.
to put in there. I want to come. Okay, I'm coming to Missouri.
Oh, come on. Yep.
Dust your guest room. The second thing, the 401k is going to be doing beautifully. The only hitch I see, and this is something that's so fixable, is I think you're a little like me. I grew up in the generation like right before cell phones and YouTube and stuff. And there's a part of me that's like, well, ladies don't push themselves out there. I'm a lady, which is really dumb. I mean, I could still be a lady and have a YouTube channel, but I think it would be really good for you to talk about thrifting, how to thrift, start a YouTube channel, because I can tell you're very attractive. Don't argue with me. You're not a good judge of that. I am. Ask everybody around you. We got 1 more minute, so I'm going to talk fast. I would also go a little public with the 401k, with a nonprofit. I think it's a beautiful cause, and also people are desperate to do something that makes them feel good about themselves and our culture right now, because there's so much negativity. Bless you for doing that. And, I'm happy to
Thank you.
promote it on my Facebook or anything else you'd like. I love supporting my cherished ducklings. Please do that. My Facebook page is ready. Perry Lyons, so that's PERILYONS. Go to either one of them. Go to the private one first and personal one first. And if you can post both of those on my Facebook, and I'll check in with you and see how you're doing. Because I think you've got a great year. You're welcome. I'm not just saying that. You have a great year coming up. You really do. And it's going to start early in July. And I think that's around the time. I think you and this guy in a July 4th picnic is a magic combination.
to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome. Time for Guided Whispers, Insights with Robin. Live from RobinWolf.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Guided Whispers on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everyone. Happy Tuesday. I hope everyone had a great holiday weekend. It's a bit rainy in Asheville, but it looks like the sun might be coming out now, hopefully. Keeping my fingers crossed, because I know my dogs are going stir crazy. Don't know about yours. Anyway, welcome to Guided Whispers. And if there's anyone that wants a reading, I am here for you today. And while I'm waiting for someone to step in for a reading, I wanted to remind all of you that May 31st is the blue moon, 2 full moons in 1 month. How cool is that? So the moon is falling into the fiery, truth-seeking sign of Sagittarius. What does that mean for us? It means cosmic resets. It's time to release limiting beliefs. It's time to close old chapters and embrace a broader vision for your life. How cool can that be, right? Time to close old chapters and welcome the new chapter in. It could be emotional. You might feel very emotional this week, but the emotions help you to release energy. It helps you to release old baggage, mental exhaustion, and heavy emotions. The energy, the Sagittarius energy, has themes and highlights, and that would be themes of expansion, of wisdom, of personal freedom. And it's time for you to question your philosophies and also align your daily life with your higher purpose. Meaning maybe it's time for you to jump on your journey, the journey that you want for yourself. And how can you do that? And how can you align yourself with your energy? Well, you can spend this week, and especially the 31st, which is Sunday, journaling, reflecting, introspecting, refining all of your intentions, maybe making a vision board, and letting go. Let go. Do a cord cutting ceremony. How cool is that? I love cord cutting ceremonies. And if anyone wants to know how to do a cord cutting ceremony, email me, reach out to me, and I'd be happy to send you a meditation or walk you through it. Okay? And with that, I'm going to say hello to Francesca in the Bronx, New York. How are you today, Francesca?
Hi, how are you?
Good,
All right. How are you?
I'm good. A little jealous that you're in the Bronx and I'm in Asheville, but I miss New York.
Oh, you do? All right.
I do.
Yeah, it has its good points and bad points.
That is true, as everywhere does, I guess. How can I help you today?
Yes. Now, I just wanted a reading concerning, a couple of issues that I'm dealing with. Mostly my daughter.
Okay.
Well, one of my daughters. Yeah.
Okay. Do you want to start?
Life in general.
Okay. Do you want to start with a question, or do you want me to see what I see?
See what you see.
Okay.
Or can I do both?
Well, we have 10 minutes, so whichever you want is fine with me. Do you want to start?
All right.
It sounds like you're interested in your daughter. So do you want to start with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Okay.
Okay. And do you have a specific question about your daughter, or do you want me to see what I see?
I guess see what you see.
Okay. I'm just shuffling the cards right now. So, and just tuning in to you and your daughter.
All
Would
right.
you understand that your daughter has been spending a lot of time alone lately?
Yes. Yes.
All right. I just want to make sure I have the right energy.
Mm-hmm.
Would you understand that she's going through some sort of a healing phase? I'm not sure what happened, but I feel like I feel like the more time she spends alone right now, the more she's healing. She's trying to find the patience with herself and to heal. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay. So what I want to say about your daughter, I feel like she's preparing herself to move forward. Um, I'm not sure how old she is, but I'm getting like in her 20s. Does that make sense?
Yes. 23.
23. Okay. 23 is a difficult year for people too, I think. Um, I don't know why. I just feel like 25 is a I don't know, a life-changing age. But I feel like she has all the tools she needs to move forward in her life. I don't know whether she's questioning who she is or where she's going, but I do feel like the partnership with herself is getting stronger. Okay. I'm not telling you not to worry, because we worry about our kids. It's normal, but I do feel like she's okay. And I feel like I feel like she's spending time alone, but while she's doing that, she's strengthening herself. She's strengthening almost her love for herself and the partnership with self. Does that make any sense?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes. Yes, it does.
So I do feel like she's okay. I feel like I do feel like she's concerned about money. Does she want to be helping you with something? And is she hard on herself?
Well, I think she's hard on herself. My husband makes complaints about money all the time. That he's always broke and everything, and that's not the
Okay.
case. He's
Yeah,
he
so
has issues.
she's worried. I don't know whether she wants to give back or whether she takes what he says seriously. But I do feel like she's trying to figure out whether she wants to move out, whether she wants to get an apartment. But I do see celebration. So I want to say whatever she is going through her head, and it's a little difficult to get into her head because there's a lot going on. She overthinks
Yeah,
a lot.
they
But I
they
do
said
feel
that
like,
she.
sorry?
I'm sorry, I was gonna say that she got diagnosed with psychosis and schizophrenic.
Okay, so that's why she's overthinking things. She's worrying about everything right now. But I do see celebration and balance. So whatever is she's taking medication, I'm assuming. I mean, I'm not a doctor.
No, she doesn't want. No, she's not. She stopped taking medication in October, so she's basically talking to herself, laughing to herself, just staying in bed all day, and
Okay. So I'm not
dealing
a
with that.
doctor, so I can't give you medical advice, but what I'm getting somehow through all of this, I do feel like she is finding her balance. Would you understand? This is going to sound crazy, but you're sure that this is the diagnosis?
Well,
Yeah.
she doesn't want to get a brain scan done, so I have no idea. Like, I feel like maybe she might have something else, but she doesn't want to. She doesn't want to speak to a therapist anymore. She just wants to stay in bed all day, and I have no idea what to do with her.
Okay, so I do feel like I do see a celebration, and I do feel like there's balance
thank
going
God.
to be found. But I'm not a doctor, and I can't give you
Yeah.
any medical advice about this.
Mhm.
I do feel like I feel like there's something else going on, and I feel like she does need to talk to someone. I feel like you're going to
Mhm.
need to find the right person for her to talk to. I don't feel like it's anything to, I'm not saying not to worry. We worry about our kids. But I feel like she has to find the right doctor in order to get well because she's 23. She has her whole life ahead of her. And I do
Yeah,
say
she
she has
started at 21. Yeah.
okay. So I'm getting she is overthinking this and she's worried about how much it's going to cost and how much everything is going to cost. So I feel like you need to assure her that everything is okay with finances and that this is why we have health insurance or medical benefits or whatever you have.
Mhm.
So I do feel like you need to, I don't want to say force her because you can't push her, but I feel like you need to try to work with her to find a doctor that's going to help her.
Mhm.
But she needs to feel comfortable with this doctor. You need to feel comfortable. She needs to feel comfortable. So
Mhm.
while she may not be researching doctors or anything right now, you can maybe research for her and work
Mhm.
as a team um, to get her to go somewhere to see somebody.
Mhm.
You're not pushing her out of your house, you're not pushing her away, but you're working as a team to help her. Okay. I do feel like this is
Yeah.
important. You don't want her to have to spend the entire summer in bed. It's summertime. So I do feel like you're going to need to work as a team. Um,
Mhm.
I do see, again, I see celebration. I see her coming out of this. But she needs mom to help her. And is there a sister also that she's close to?
Yes.
Okay.
But
For some reason,
sometimes the sister has no patience.
okay. I do feel like the sister can also help a lot if she has patience.
Mhm.
So I just feel like she needs the support of mom and sister the most. Also, I don't know why I'm hearing
And
grandma.
father.
Right, I know, I
Grandma.
understand father. I understand father, but for some reason I'm getting the females need to help her. Dad gives his love to his daughter in a different way. You know, like the dads just are awesome people, but I am just getting the females have to band together right now.
Mhm.
She needs you and her sister, and I'm also getting grandmother. I'm not sure why, but I'm just getting they need to band together to help her.
Mhm.
Unfortunately, we only have about 10 seconds left. So I want to wish you the best, and I'm sending love
Thank you. Thank
to
you.
all of you, and I hope I helped a
Thank-
little bit.
All right. Thank you. Yes.
All
Thank
right.
you very much.
All right, take care of yourself.
All right. Thanks.
Okay. And I hope everyone else has a great rest of your Tuesday.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School with Kim Dunn. Search Coastal Psychic 5 Spiritual School on Facebook.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454. You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Seed, Divine Guidance and Spiritual Mediumship with Lisa Thurgate Marks. Live from LisaThurgateMarks.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Seed, Divine Guidance and Spiritual Mediumship
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hello, everybody. Lisa Thurgate Marks, Soulsy Divine Guidance here, coming to you live from the Gold Coast. And it's been very wet and rainy here. The skies opened up. We've got all sorts of things going on in the universe. What I want to talk with the weather, what I want to talk about today before my reader comes in is, does everybody cleanse their home of negativity, of negative energy, so that they have a light and breezy space that they feel comfortable and safe in? So a good practice to get into is doing this on a full moon, or you can do it at any stage every weekend if you like. Saturday morning when you're doing your cleaning, whenever you feel it, doesn't matter. But if you start in the center of the home, and with this you can use some sage, you can use some rosemary, you can visualize some white light, you can have essential oils. I like to bring, even if I'm using the sage, the Palo Santo, is bringing down some beautiful white light, just bringing it down and also radiating out from my heart and soul. I'm starting in the center of the room and in a sweeping movement, just sweeping out from the center of the house through all the windows and doors that I have previously opened. So sweeping out all the energy with the intention that you're releasing stagnant energy that does not serve you, and just continuing in that sweeping movement, working your way out through all the crevices, doors, window panes, anything that will hold energy. You can open up the cupboards, just getting it all out, drawing it out of the cupboard and pushing it out, opening up wardrobes, out we go. If there is a space that you feel that you sit that gets quite dense and heavy, clear it, bringing it, pushing the energy out, bringing that white light, working that white light up. That's it, just really, really visualizing and feeling the beautiful presence of that white light cleansing and clearing your space. And continue to open the doors, really bringing it through, feeling the energy. Sometimes you might feel it feels a bit dense here. Lift it up, push it towards the door, push it out the door. I'm going to continue on with this next week because I do have a caller coming through. But once we've done that, at the moment, just imagine that you've got the beautiful white light around you encasing your home. After about 15 minutes, it's okay to go around and close all windows and doors and thank yourself and the energy of the white light for clearing through. I'm going to do part 2 next week. Hi, Michelle. How are you going today?
Oh, all right. Just got a little bit of a cough. I don't know why. I always have a cough at nighttime. But
Yeah, I've actually developed one this week too. You know what that cough signifies sometimes that we're not speaking our truth, doesn't it?
yeah.
Yeah, sometimes it's about opening up that throat chakra and really projecting out your words, whether you take pen to paper and write down what you're thinking in your heart and soul, what's aggravating, what are you needing to let go so as that you can clear your throat. Another good energy clearing around our throat chakra is imagining the beautiful blue and crystalline selenite light coming down and drawing out anything that is holding you back. What are you ingesting? What are your thoughts, your feelings within your throat, and allowing them to disperse? How does that feel for you?
Oh, yeah. I guess I got to do that.
I feel you do. And even some lemon juice and honey, gargling with salt water, because we've got to remember anything that's showing up in our body is showing up for release. There is a lot going on with you at the moment. It's showing up for release because there is actually a lot going on with you at the moment. And so when you can't speak up your truth, and I keep getting that word around forgiveness of self and letting go, it's like the spirit keeps drumming through telling me to tell you not to judge yourself. Does that make sense?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So it's about just, it's time to be you, they're telling me. And with that, I'd like to ask, would you like a general reading or would you like a question answered? I just had to get that out for you because it came through very strongly.
Okay. Well, I do have a lot going on in my life. You know, my sister's fixing to have open heart surgery and a quadruple bypass, and I just don't have the gas money to drive down there. You know, and but I'm still trying to be there for her because my niece is going to be there, and then, you know, me and my ex-boyfriend are kind of working on things and see how it goes from there. So I'm just wondering what you see with that.
I can.
Let's see what else. You know, I don't know if it should be a general reading or is it a specific question.
Well,
I'm not
you've
really
got
sure
a lot going on.
how to even ask anything. You know.
You've got a lot going on. So as we're talking, it's about forgiveness of self. And when we're talking there and the knowing that at this point in time, you actually do have to look after yourself and you can't get to your sister. But what you can do is clear your energy and your thoughts and your voice, and so that you can send her so much love and light, sending it to her heart. Because when we're looking at that, her heart and her having more self-love and self-worth, it's beaming through. If you can push that love and light into her to protect her as she goes through this. Yes, it's a big operation, but I feel with the right treatment, she's going to be okay. She needs to start to look after herself, doesn't she, as do you? And I feel this keeps coming down from around your grandmother. Interesting. So, yes, it's very good for you to feel anxious because you're a sister, but instead of actually feeling anxious and worrying about her, send her really good, positive, uplifting love and light and vibes, because we are at one with the universe. And the more that you can send that out, the more that you can even ask your friends, your cohort, everybody, just ask them, please, just sending this love. And the community, the beautiful community we've got on here, we will ask too that they send to your sister so that the energy comes one and raises her vibration to allow her to get through this. I do see you seeing her in the future. So
Okay.
even though you're not there right now, you are there with her in spirit, and she knows this. Red flag.
Yeah,
I feel like
we never got
sorry.
we never got along. We had a really bitter relationship growing up, and then she kind of has got some mental health issues, and she was homeless, and then we slowly started getting a little bit closer, you know.
Oh, that's good because I got a red flag waving and then I got the word truce, but I got a red flag, so that sort of symbolizes anger, danger. But then I got the word truce because as you went to speak, I got a red flag, and your mum's showing me this red flag too. So be mindful. Sometimes things can go on in life and be said that can hurt you, can make you angry, can make you put up that stop. And you've got to remember this too, to protect your energy and send the love, because, you know, we say we love thy neighbor and we love all this, but it doesn't mean we have to be in their pockets. It doesn't mean that we have to like your sister, your family, or what's going on. It doesn't mean that you have to, how do I put this? You don't condone what they do, but you can send them love. You can love someone and their energy without liking them or what they do.
Yeah, I've kind of accepted how I've already accepted how she is, you know, and I think that's what's kind of helped me to forgive her and try to help her through things. And since then, it's like she feels closer to me.
It's interesting because I got this card for you, and it's called Self-Forgiveness. Let go of old guilt and remember that you're God's perfect child. And you know what? You could never have not been there for her because you always were. You're always there, and you'll always be there with her in spirit. Your dad,
right? He's
got a huge grin. I'm just showing you your dad, and he's got a huge grin. Does that make sense to you?
That's funny you say that, because my dad had a triple bypass, and of course he's gone. And so I don't know. Sounds like she might be following in my dad's footsteps.
Yeah. He's showing me the huge grin though. So obviously knowing that he's around her, he's also around you. And it's interesting that he came through because he was the biggest grin that you ever did see. It was like really big. So we have what we like to call divine intervention and us sending prayers that everything will be okay. I actually see your health getting better. Please, even if you can get in the shower and just yell, sing, get a pillow and get this energy out of your throat. It's pent up energy. It needs to disperse. It needs to be gone, and you are going to feel so much better. It's going to clear your airways. Your airways, your lungs is associated with grief. There's no more grief for you. I actually see things lifting. You're becoming more lively. So I love that for you. This is your time now, Michelle. This is your time to live your way. Live your life with love and kindness to yourself, please. There's so much love for you to give back to yourself now. Make yourself a priority. The more that you lift your energy up, and you're lifting it up and out to your sister, the more protection that comes through your entire family. Much love to your niece as she goes through this hard time, and to you, and sending love and light and healing support to your sister.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Soul Song Healing with Lizzie. Live from soul-songhealing.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Soul Song Healing
On A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Hi, this is Lizzie with Soul Song Healing, and today I'm going to be talking about past lives. I'm going to take a reader who's interested in their Akashic record. We've all had different lifetimes that might seem unfathomable to some of you, but there are often trends between our lifetimes. Sometimes similar feelings, lessons that we learn, experiences we have. It's the journey of the soul. I think it's very fascinating, and I offer Akashic record readings professionally. So I'm just going to be doing one today. And hopefully we got a caller with some questions about their past lives. Hello.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Hi. Hi. What's your name?
Oh, Daria.
Hi. Hi, Daria. Do you have any questions about any of your past lifetimes?
Yes. Does it matter what I ask?
No, go ahead and ask. Yeah.
Well, I had wondered if I had a past, I mean, everyone wondered, I wondered if I had a past lifetime in Egypt. Wait, hold on. So I wondered if I'd had a past lifetime in Egypt, and also, I also wondered if I had ever been like a priestess, or I know it sounds really egotistical, but like I have all these random thoughts. Like I also thought I might have been a slave owner at one point.
Okay, well, let's see if let's start with, okay, so you want to know if you were a high priestess. I'm going to answer that one first because that one came through first. What I'm seeing is that you weren't exactly a high priestess, but you preserved sacred knowledge. And this had to do with knowledge about Jesus, which is interesting. It's basically sacred knowledge. You were tending to a sacred fire. That's more of an analogy, but you were in a group of women. This was after the death of Jesus, and you were preserving, this is Gnostic wisdom that you're preserving. And you were studying texts, and you were doing ritual therapy with these women, and you were very pure of heart. You were a very good person. And what I see, which is really interesting, is like basically they're saying that they're like portals to higher consciousness that Jesus like laid the path to, and that this was something in his life that other people could experience if they were able to access this knowledge. So there's a part of this order, I guess, of women that wanted to keep this knowledge sacred and keep it protected. I'm not sure if that was, really, if there was really someone coming after it, because I'm not really getting that. What I see was really interesting, Daria, is that I see an image of you in the forehead coming out of your hands. So like you're working with energy medicine, but it looks like this yellow light. And what I hear is that villagers, like the villagers in the surrounding area, they didn't know exactly what you all were up to, but they respected you because you would come and you would work on people when they were ill. And this was just, they keep saying portals to consciousness. Basically, that we could access certain abilities and certain states of consciousness the way that Jesus did through this ancient wisdom. So that's pretty fascinating. See, what else did you ask? You want to know about Egypt and the slave? Okay.
Well, I also had this sense
Yeah.
that I had something to do with Jesus at one point. And again, I'm so egotistical, but I don't mean it like not anything like that in this lifetime. But that's why
Yeah.
I find that fascinating. Anyway, I just wanted to say that.
Well, sometimes you have memories like I want to answer the slave owner one because there's like some reassurance coming through that like no, you weren't a slave owner, but like there's a part of you that remembers this lifetime. It feels like that makes sense. It's like what I see is they're like so you were part of a family that owned slaves, but you were just a little girl. You grew up with this family. You
That's
remember?
what I thought.
Yeah, yeah.
No, I meant. Sorry.
No,
I
you're
met
fine.
this guy. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt you though. Try not.
Okay. Yeah, no, I'll just tell you more.
Okay, go ahead.
You were like really fair skinned and you were like so basically like in this lifetime your father was violent and abusive and your mom was not okay. And you felt really trapped in your own family. So and you really did not agree with the fact that your family had slaves. And there was a part of you that it's not that you wanted to be a slave, but you wanted that connection to them. You were looking for family and you dreamed of having this liberating them and like living as a tribe with them somewhere else. And I see there was this man, an older man who was a slave who you would go to, and he almost played the role of a father figure for you. Like, I know that sounds strange because of the power dynamic, but he showed you what a man was supposed to be. Does that resonate with you?
Yeah, like a lot.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have some memory of this? That's really interesting.
Well,
Um,
it's kind of like I have this kind of on my own. I only had this funny sense that maybe I had been involved in slave ownership, but then I I met this guy, this older guy. Now he's white in this lifetime, but we met, and that's a coworker of mine, and he's like as white as you can be right now. But he said he had this really vivid dream once that he was a slave, and that there was this young girl that he was really close with, and he thought it might be me. I can't remember how we concluded this, but it was me too.
Oh, wow. The crazy thing is, this was not your first lifetime with this person. You had another lifetime where he was your brother in ancient Greece. So you were, again, a woman, he was a man, and you were kind of bored in this lifetime, Daria, because unfortunately, when he was your brother, he was very self-serving. He like wanted to climb the ranks. He was all about how can I get ahead? You didn't really know him very well. There's like a big gap between you. And you were bored because you wanted to learn the things that men were learning and you just weren't allowed to. And in both lifetimes, there's just a feeling of like not liking your life that much or feeling isolated or disconnected from others. But it's interesting because like when he was your brother, he's very self-serving and focused on self. And then when he was this older man who was a slave, he was the leader of his people. He was the one who took it upon himself to take care of everyone. So that seems like a really interesting progression as a soul. That's so crazy that you met someone and like had this memory though. That's wild.
Yeah, and he's not the type of person. He's not spiritual. He's not in those communities. So it's wild that he's really not into that. But he said he had this vivid dream once, and I think he does believe in past lives. But I can't even remember how he. For some reason, I think we had a resonance with each other. Is the thing, and And I guess maybe through intuition he remembered the dream and felt like I was from that dream he had. Because he said it was different from other dreams, like really vivid, like it felt like something, like an actual memory, And he said he'd always been really interested in like slave times. Like he likes to read firsthand accounts of what it's like to be a slave, like written by slaves. So, and he doesn't even know why he's so into that. He's as white as you can be this lifetime, which is interesting,
So some of these, like I've had really powerful dreams of other lifetimes that were not dreams. It was like they were a dream, but I was there. So I totally understand that experience. Let's see, the other question you had, I think we have some time about ancient Egypt. So let's see. Okay, so this was a lifetime. Again, you were a woman in this lifetime. There was a war that broke out and a lot of heaviness. Like you really were tending to people, like physically, mentally, emotionally. And no matter how much you tended to them, there was this feeling of like, I'm not enough, I'm not doing enough. And then it shows you as an older woman. And by the time,
hold on 1 second.
Okay. By the time you're an older woman, there's peace in this land, basically. But they're kind of telling me that this feeling of like I'm not enough or I'm not doing enough stays with you in this lifetime. So that's something for you to heal in this lifetime.
Oh.
Yeah. That's something. I mean,
that's it. Yeah.
You were doing a lot, but you just kept saying it was almost like you took upon. You felt like it was all your responsibility to heal everyone. I kind of know that feeling.
Oh yeah, I do. I have had that feeling. Although like this lifetime, I think I'm not very good at doing that. But I feel like I have that like intuition to want to do that. So
that's
that drive to want.
Yeah. I guess focus on what you already doing and appreciate that rather than going into like I'm not enough kind of thing. Well, thank you so much, Daria. Please reach out to soul-songhealing.com if you would like to book a session with me. Thank you so much to our caller, and yeah, fascinating stuff.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. We're beginning the show with the sacred gong. Now, that's a very important thing. You know what it means, don't you, symbolically? It means we're going to start the show now. See? My machine thinks that's funny. Of course, if it doesn't get any fresh batteries and it starves. Well, it's been a while. I missed the last 2 weeks because I had a mysterious illness. Oh, man. Trust me, you don't want this. Whatever it was, you don't want it. It was some kind of a stomach virus, and I'm certainly not going to recapitulate what was going on because I had enough trouble recapitulating dinner. Nothing stayed down. It was constant regurgitation for a couple of weeks, but they gave me a pill. A young physician's assistant gave me a pill. that within hours wiped the whole thing out. Go figure, right? So I'm back now. I'm not 100% right, but was I ever? We're here to spend the next hour looking through the magical window of the tarot. I promise no more gong jokes anyway. These little gadgets get on my nerves, but I do use them, so what's the point, right? Let's see. This is show number 431. You'd think that I wouldn't be nervous, but I am. I always get opening night jitters on the, especially if I've missed a couple of shows. And I start wondering, have I lost my touch? But then I realized when it comes to reading tarot cards, I don't have a touch. There's nothing to it. It's just the cards respond to you, and I tell you what I see. That's about it. There's I don't think there's great skill involved, but you never know. I suppose I shouldn't downplay it, but I do appreciate the people who thank me for a reading, but it's really their reading. It's you. It's your cards. It's responding to you. The regular viewers will know that so many times the cards just go off on their own and respond to whatever the person was talking about. And some people just have that knack. I get people who call and the cards just love them. And there's nothing difficult about that because the cards just flow out. My throat is a little raw, as you can probably hear. That's the egotistical way of warming up, is to just say me, 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 me. But I've decided to just cast my lot with whatever comes. It's been a kind of rough time for me lately, and I spend a lot of time on the phone with bureaucrats who deliver interesting messages to me, like you don't really exist. What do we got here? Look at that. You see, that's soap making equipment. This is my office. This area here is where I get everything magically done, and I treasure this space, although it is a rather large apartment, as apartments go in this town. It's amazing how fast the space gets used up. I'm cleaning out things bit by bit. I have one room that's filled with cardboard boxes from when we used to do an awful lot of eBay mailing, which isn't really happening that much anymore. And I just need to get my strength together and clean up. Now, the biggest drawback to getting my strength back is certainly not my advanced age. It's my steadily practiced laziness. I'm a born procrastinator. Years and years ago, when I was married to somebody whose name escapes me, there was a very brief marriage. She said I was a procrastinator, and that really hurt me 3 days later when I looked it up. Yeah, a little rim shot, please. But I think we take things as they come is the best way to go. Meet life halfway, because life is going to come after you no matter what. So we deal with it. As long as I have Pez in my handy little truck. See, there's my 50-year-old Pez dispenser truck. Which means it's a manual transmission. See, where's good? There you go. So we're going to be looking through the cards today. Pardon me for being lethargic, but I spent the last couple of days on painkillers. And boy, does that knock you out. It's very odd that I have to know how to handle painkillers without hurting myself, which mostly involves drinking water. Just make sure you drink water when you use painkillers, because somehow it works by drawing water out. So nothing I say should be construed as medical advice, because, I mean, look at me, right? So I've got nothing particularly interesting to discuss with you, as you've noticed. So why don't we do this? What I can talk to you about, though, is I do have certain things that I'm going to be offering. I'm preparing certain specials. I'm getting a package with a bunch of stuff that I'm going to be giving away to you when you buy things, such as my world-famous shaving soap. This is the new one. This is the sandalwood shaving soap. This one I like. It's my second favorite. My first favorite is the menthol shaving soap. But let's see. Here, see, look at that. Now that is a nice, pure soap. And if you've tried shaving with a brush and a mug, if you're a man who's done that, mostly men do that anyway, but not most men, only about 5% of men do that. It can be difficult to whip up a lather. Not with my soap. My soap whips up so easily, it's hilarious. It just, it takes a beating gleefully. So before you know it, you'll have a mug filled with foam and a wonderful shave. I have not cut myself with my razor once since using my own soap. Okay, see? I had a very interesting conversation on the street one day with a guy who worked for Amazon, who we talked about shaving with a straight razor. And he said to me, well, I tried that, and I cut my face to ribbons. I said, well, then you were doing it wrong. Well, he was so offended by that. Now, it seems to me that if you're going to be doing anything that results in your face needing stitches, you're not doing it properly. You just, call me Einstein, but maybe you're doing it wrong. There is a way to use a straight razor that all the movies show, where they have a guy with a fake straight razor pretending to shave. If you shave that way, you'll bleed to death. You'll flay yourself. If you want to know how to do it without hurting yourself at all, I'll tell you half the formula. Use my shaving soap. The other half is in my book on how to shave, which in the old-fashioned way, and I highly recommend that for every man. I've been doing that for years, and I just love it. You connect to the old manly values, and you do what men have been doing for centuries. And it's part of you then become part of a continuum. I know it sounds like a silly thing, but there's something to be said for tradition. And there is a way that all men used to know to use a straight razor or a shavette, which uses a razor blade. Now, that's what I recommend, because you don't have to go through all that garbage maintaining the razor. There's a way to do it. And to me, that's a magical formula. So check it out. Go look at my book at tiny.cc/happy shave, HAPPY, of course, with a capital H and a capital S, Happy Shave. And unless I gave you the address incorrectly, fine, But go to mojoacademy.org and look for the page on shaving. And there's loads of books there that are wonderful. I mean, I don't really put much effort into moving the books lately, into selling them, but they do sell. So there you go. I've been doing this for years, and people like the books. Who am I to complain? I like writing them, and I'm glad you enjoy reading them. But take a look at mojoacademy.org, because there is a book there that will change your life. Now, I'm obviously stalling, because I don't know what I'm going to talk about. Because, like I said, I'm nervous. I haven't done this in 2 weeks. And, this may come as a shock, but I'm only human. There's some people who know that all too well. But I would like to get going now. So let's pull back the curtain on the magical window. I usually talk a lot more, but I've got nothing to say. Have you noticed that? So we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window, which begins by ringing a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. And now we'll pull back the curtain on the magical window for Karen in New South Wales, Australia. Hi, Karen. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tomorrow? On
good.
the other side. On the other side of the world.
Yeah.
Well, it's winter there, right?
Starting winter, yes. Yes, starting winter.
Well, we're hitting the old 90 degrees thing. They do a very sly thing here in New York City when the temperature goes up. The power company cuts the wattage, and so everything is dark. And if you have limited vision, as do I, I'm going to need a guide dog to get around my own apartment. But
right.
The saving grace is I enjoy watching my electric bill go through the roof every month. I've paid more in rent years ago than it cost. You get the same thing, right? Well, it's about saving the planet, which of course is silly because if we're causing global warming, I'd like to know, what did we do to end the ice age? How did we do that? Anyway, that's neither here nor there. That's just cynicism. So, Karen, what can I look at for you today?
Well, I'd like to know if we're going to buy a house soon.
If you're going to buy a house?
Yes.
Okay, I thought for a
if we're
moment
going to find one soon to buy.
Okay, I thought you said buy a husband, which of course you can do that here. In New York, you can buy anything.
No, I have a husband.
You have one or you had one?
No, I have one.
Oh, good. You keep them, you whip them into shape, right? I mean, that's the first job of a wife, is to whip that guy into shape.
Try to.
Well, it's a husband's job to confuse the woman, too. I mean, this is going to sound a little ribald, but there was one time in my life when I invited a young lady over for dinner, and that was all it was. I was going to cook her dinner, and she immediately took all her clothing off and stood there looking so proud of herself. And I ruined everything. I said, my mommy has a suit just like that. I don't know. The impulse, I never said that again, but no. Yeah, that was sort of a joke, but now there's somebody out there who still thinks I'm Norman Bates, She probably thinks she got away with her life. So let's see, what do we have here? Well, this is good. To get a house requires money, right? And here is the Ace of Coins. That means the beginning of money coming in. So there will be money. The Knight of Cups is here. That tells me that something new is happening to you that's going to be very good emotionally. And now this is good. The Emperor. Oh, no. 3 cards here. I don't mean oh no in a bad way. These 3 cards here are so bloody powerful. The Emperor.
Yeah, I know the cards.
The High Priestess and the Fool. Jeepers creepers. I mean, that's the trifecta. Followed by the 10 of Coins, which is more money coming in, and the Sun, which is happiness and healing and health and growth. And the 8 of Rods, which means it's all happening now. It's coming through you're fine. Whatever you want is coming your way. I mean, you're
good.
It's coming. It's coming now. And so the answer is you're gonna find something better than you expected, probably, and you're going to have the money to do it. Gee, that's beautiful.
Okay. Yeah.
Let's see.
Okay, no, that does sound good.
Yeah, that's about it. All these other things are just nice, like the Nine of Cups. That's a person who is growing a little plump with physical satisfaction. This is your cards are so positive. That
Yep.
do things always go your way, or is this a new trend?
Oh, up and down.
Yeah, that's the way of the world, isn't it? But no, this is very good. These cards, I see the Strength card here, and the Three of Cups, which is the conclusion of something in plentiness. Good grief!
Yep.
You're set for you're set for life here. You're doing okay.
Yeah. Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good to know.
Oh, the Lover's card, Two of Rods. Yeah, the Emperor and the High Priestess and all that. That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Did you say the Emperor's card? Did you just mention the Empress?
Empress card. So
that's this.
Yeah.
That just slipped right out of the deck. The Empress card. As soon as you mentioned it, there it is.
My son might have a child.
Mm-hmm.
So I've got a grandchild.
You have
just
a
wondering
grandchild?
if he will have children.
Well,
I have a lot of grandchildren, but I'm just wondering if one of my sons will have children.
Well, God grief. The cards love you. This is the star. Now, the star is about hope and optimism, but let me tell you, do you see the card? Do you know what it looks like? There's a woman the star. There's a woman in some water, balancing the water, and there is behind her, there is a tree. And in the tree is a bird. Do you know what that bird means?
Yeah.
The bird means
Bird?
the soul of a baby that is about to be born.
Yeah, righto.
So this is exactly the answer to the question you asked. I mean, I was just explaining to some people that at the opening of the show, that there are some people that the cards just love you, and they go out of their way to answer, and this is it. And the next card is the Empress again.
Yep.
You don't even need cards. You're living a charmed life here. If I was on an airplane, I'd want to sit next to you. Here's the Temperance card too, which is about bringing balance back into the world, and you're fine, and you're spreading good stuff all over the place. That's it's a shame that your name Karen is being used to drag women through the mud, but.
Yeah, I get that. Not another Karen.
Yeah, I know. It's just weird. That's just, the cards constantly disprove that. And, I mean, why don't you come up with a weirder name like Griselda? That sounds like a person who's trouble. Karen doesn't sound like a troubled person to me. Susan doesn't sound like a person who's trouble, but Karen and Susan tend to be older women, I suppose.
Yeah, that's right.
So you're going to do fine. You're going to get a house. You're going to get a house. You're going to have more than enough money to do it. You're going to have these people are going to offer you a tremendous deal. It's coming very soon, very, very soon. And one last card is the World, which is assured success. Now, I didn't need that card to know that you have divine protection that's going to assure success. But you've got it. That's why I said I'd like to sit next to you on an airplane, because I'd be safe. Yeah. So this is great. Sometimes I tell people at the end of a call, I'm going to burn a white candle to send you positive energy. But you'd probably be better off burning one for me. Yeah. So.
Okay, I'll do that. I can do that.
Thank you so much. Listen, it's been a joy talking to you, because I absolutely love seeing such positivity in people, and I'm willing to bet that you're you're a great friend to have and a wonderful person to be around. So, you're going to get what you
no,
want.
thank you very much. Yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
that's coming
No,
through in
thank
the
you so
cards.
much for your time.
Oh, that's what
Yeah.
I'm here for. I mean, this goes both ways. I get from you and you get from me, and we're fine. Thank you so much for calling. I hope to
Yeah.
speak to you again sometime. Bye-bye now.
Will do. Thank you so much. Have a good day.
My
Bye.
Bye. Oh, gosh, a good day. My day is over. It's coming up to midnight now. Oh, boy, that was one heck of a reading there. I don't want to use the other word because, it was a good reading. Most readings are good readings. That's the thing. People expect bad readings because of movies like, was it Dr. Terror's House of Horrors? Which, don't get me wrong, I like that, but they're so negative about tarot that they made up tarot cards just to make trouble. I mean, there's no tarot card called the ship overturned and sinking. No, that doesn't happen. We're all shuffled up again, and Linda, right across the river in Jersey City, New Jersey, is here. Hi, Linda. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi.
Hi, Linda. How are you tonight?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. I'm healthy. Relatively. I was so sick for 2 weeks. You sound a little down. Is there anything we can do to pick you up?
No, I'm okay. I'm laying down as I'm talking to you.
Oh, good. I'm a big believer in being supine and just lying around. What Cole Porter cryptically referred to as a recamier pose. But, he was a nut. So what can I tell you? So what can I look at for you? What would you like to see in the cards?
My house.
What about your house? What would you like to know?
Oh, my cousin recently scammed me out of my house.
Scammed you out of your house?
Mm-hmm.
Holy mackerel.
Yeah. So I
Well,
signed the paper because I believed in him.
Did you talk to a lawyer now about this?
Yes, I did. And they told me
Okay,
there's nothing they can do.
Well, there's always something that can be done, if you know what I mean, but I don't want to get into that right now. But, that's what magical work is for sometimes, to teach people a lesson in karma. Let me see what we have here in the cards here. This is the Six of Swords. That's about moving to some place, moving from rough waters to calm waters. Are you thinking of going away? Are you thinking of moving somewhere else and just putting all this out of your mind?
Eventually, yes.
Okay, well, that's a horrible thing, especially when it's family. But
oh, I know.
Because who expects that? Well, I do have a card here called
family. Okay.
I have a card here called the Six of Coins, though. That's about getting money. So you may be having some money come your way. That might ease this up a bit. The Two of Swords is here. That's about a situation that needs resolving. It's and you'll take care of it. The Ace of Cups is here. That's the beginning of good things emotionally. So the worst is over here at this point. I think that you're the forward movement here of the Six of Swords tells me that things may be getting better for you sooner than you think. I'm getting cards here about being careful with money. Obviously, you've been cheated out of a lot, wouldn't you say?
Oh yes.
So, It might be worth consulting another lawyer or two.
Oh, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, because they can be. I was married to a lawyer for 40 years, and I've seen her work miracles. There's the magician card. That's a good one. That shows me that you have spiritual power that you can draw from above and bring it down here to where we are. So, get in touch with that side of your personality because it will work wonders for you. You're entering a new phase of your life, but you didn't need me to tell you that. Money is tight.
I know.
This is the 5 of coins. Money is tight. The temperance card is here, which tells me that, your life was thrown out of balance. The temperance card is balance restored. So that your life is going to get back into balance. This is not going to be something that's going to ruin you forever. It's just a bad thing, and you'll work through it. And here's see, this is about being reborn and having a renewal. This is the judgment card. It also means, getting what you deserve. And it's not so much you, but the person who did this to you will be getting what he deserves. And I wouldn't want to be too close to him when it happens, if you know what I mean, karmically speaking.
I know.
So, hang in there. You did what you can, but ask lawyers. Lawyers can be very creative. I've seen lawyers pull things out at the last minute and deal wonderfully with things. Yeah, my indications here are that there's money coming your way. So keep an eye out for that. That sure would. Let's see, is there anything else here that's worth knowing? No, everything is there. I see what happened. I see what's going to happen, and it's going to work out well for you. Let me put it that way, okay?
Okay.
But you have to take an active role in that because this is asking you to help restore balance. And here, see, this is the outcome, which is a very happy person who is smiling and has loads of emotional support. You'll be okay. Find people who are good to be around, who can uplift you. And if there's nobody like that, you can call me now and then. You can email me through Ask One Radio. You can get my contact numbers, my email contact, and I'll be happy to share a few messages back and forth with you because we're all in this together, right?
Right.
See, I keep getting these cards of great happiness just down the block, so to speak, which is the 10 of Cups. It doesn't get happier than that. And there's more money cards here. So I think don't let it get you too far down. I think you're going to survive this and do very well. And they are going to regret what they did to you. Let's put it that way. Here's the Page of Coins. It's more money. Here's the Knight of Swords riding out to get that person. So here's the Ace of Coins again. Money. The world is going to pay you back nicely, okay? And you deserve it. Just keep that thought in mind. Even when it looks like it's not going to happen, the cards are saying it is going to happen, so it will happen. That's how the cards work. So here's that card again about success and happiness and joy. You can't escape it. I will light a candle to send positive energy your way, but you got to do your part and start consulting lawyers again, okay?
I will.
Thank you so much for calling. Bye-bye now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And look, we've come around the halfway mark. So we're halfway home. This is Reverend Elliott's Magical Window. I spent the last 2 weeks lying in bed. You know how it is when you get a really bad illness. First, you're afraid you're going to die. Then you're afraid you're not going to. That's it was so bad. I feel sorry for my neighbors, especially yesterday. God, what I put them through. I was dealing with nerve pain yesterday all day. I mean, it started out small, but then, pow. Now, the good news is it happened yesterday, so I'm able to do the show today. But I was screaming all day yesterday. And, this is an old building. We can get away with a lot here that people won't hear. But a person screaming in agony, people will hear that. And I'm kind of sorry for that, but that happens. And it happens. Patty in Chicago is next. Hi, Patty. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, Reverend Elliot. Thank you for taking my call.
That's what I'm here for. I thank you for getting in touch with me. What can I look at for you?
Boy, it's been a rough
Take
4
your time.
years.
Yeah.
I lost I didn't even say it that way, but I lost a lot.
Okay.
About everything.
Oh, that's...
And I've got a son who's got issues, an adult. And I want a home again. I want to feel safe. And I don't know how that's going to come about. I feel like I paid a lot of dues for other people, and I'm not blaming anybody.
I
I
understand.
accepted it.
You don't. You certainly don't sound like you're pinning this on other people, so to speak. But you do seem to know who's responsible and why. Correct?
Yeah, it's been a lifelong pattern, starting from my mom. Always took care of everybody, and I never knew what it was. Never had a life, and my husband was the same way.
Let me interrupt you for 1 second, and then because you might want to know this, I pulled out a card that's the Justice card, and I thought you might want to know that right away. The Justice card tells me that you will get justice. What you deserve is coming, and you'll get it. Now, that can sound like a threat to some people, but it's not. It's a fulfillment to you. Okay, so go ahead. Now, I didn't mean to break the flow there, but I wanted you to know that the cards are telling me that you have justice coming around the corner at you, and you're going to like that.
No, it's just that what I've done in my life, and I know it. I know how my son got involved. Sometimes it's ancestral. You just pull it all forward, and I understand it, and I don't know how to help him. And
oftentimes we can't help people. There's only so much we can do. We can make an environment in which they can flourish, maybe, but sometimes when you get down to it, we can't do the work for other people. And if you're a person with even a modicum of compassion, that's very hard to handle. Because you want to help, but there's a lot of talk lately about toxic compassion, which, they're ascribing that to just about everybody, which means they're trying to destroy. These people who do this are trying to destroy a sense of compassion.
Right.
Don't let them. I mean, but you don't want to let people use you in that regard.
Which is a pattern of mine.
Well, unlimited mercy is very bad. It allows evil to run unchecked. So we have to find that golden balance, you see. And it's hard for people. That's one of the hardest things for people to do, is to say no. You know this, right? I mean, you felt that. It's very hard. And there are people who know how to guilt trip us. And I don't handle that. I don't handle that well at all. If somebody is trying to guilt trip me, they're out. They get one strike and they are out. But you see now, this is a card which I think really does symbolize you. It's the Empress, and that is a woman who makes things happen and grow, and is nurturing and caring. I mean, in the tarot cards, the Empress is surrounded by wheat and vegetables. This is, doesn't mean she's a cook. It means that she makes things grow, useful things grow. And a person like that gets taken advantage of. Now, you know this, right? You've felt that. Mm-hmm. So you'll find the balance. I have, that's the card I just got here, is about finding the balance.
What I want is I lost my home. I had to give up my home, and I'm a homebody, and I want to create another home. I want to create. That's what I do.
Well, what you want, you'll work for, and you'll get what you want. You know, I'm pretty sure that that's the kind of person you are, because it's very funny. The card here, there are two cards I got here. One is the one I was telling you about, which is balancing. This is a person trying to create balance. That's the Two of Coins. And then there's the 10 of Cups. Do you know what that symbolizes? A happy home. So all these things are there for you. Here's the Death card, which means that this period of your life is coming to an end and another period is going to begin. And here's the Four of Rods, which also relates to happy home. There's no doubt about it. These cards are saying that there is a very nice home in your future. And I don't mean 30 years from now, anytime. The 10 of Cups and the Death card, they all, and the Two of Coins, and the Four of Rods, they symbolize the beginning of a new era in your life, and it'll be a good one, and you deserve it. So, gosh, see, here's another one, the 10 of Coins. That's about ancestors and family, and the implication is very much about home. So this is not just on your mind. This is what's coming, okay? Because you'll find a way to do it. I absolutely believe it. This is the Seven of Cups. That's a person who has many ideas, good ideas, and a lot of people don't like that card. I like it because while it's about unfocused ideas, all you have to do is focus on a couple of them. And I would rather have too many ideas than none at all. Would you agree with this? Are you like that also?
Yeah.
So yeah. You'll make it. You'll get it. Somebody from your childhood may re-enter your life and help you. That's the Six of Cups. The High Priestess is here. That's the woman who gets things done. Again, the Three of Cups. That means you're going to find what you need through your friends, through people you know. Now, you may not feel that there are any friends around right now, but they're there. And this is the card that seems to be the theme for this evening, which is the Temperance card, which is restoration of balance in life. Balance, your life has been thrown out of balance, let's face it. And that card is going to bring it back. That means that it's coming back, okay?
Yes. Thank you.
Now, here's the Hermit. That's an interesting card. Keep an eye out for somebody who may be a mentor and may help you and guide you through this. It's quite possible. Now, here's a card that's ugly, but it's good. And I'm so glad to see it. It's the Ten of Swords. The Tower is scary to me. This is the Ten of Swords. It's the one that shows a person lying face down in the mud with swords in her back, But that card means the worst is over. That means that life threw its worst at you, and the implication is you're going to get up. So stick with it, because the next card shows you moving, on the move. This is the Eight of Cups. It means moving from where you are to where you want to be, to a better place, and doing it through your own power, and that's good. So stick it out, because you're not defeated. You're not down and out. This is, you lost a couple of rounds here, but you'll win eventually. I see nothing but winning coming in. Gosh, look at that. That's the World. That card means assured success. So I know it doesn't feel like that, but you can always go to AskOneRadio.com and listen to this or see this reading. If you can't see it, you can see the cards on the video stream. Just go to AskOneRadio.com and play your reading from today, and you will see. It'll help prop you up. Because it's a wonderful reading, and I'm going to try some more cards here. Let's see. Well, you see the Page of Cups. That's something new is coming your way in terms of emotion, and it's going to be the page is real. It's here. It's tangible. The Ace of Coins, his money is coming your way. This is all good stuff. The Page of Coins, the Eight of Coins. If you have money problems, this looks like it isn't going to last. Now, the important thing here is the Judgment card. And here again is the Ten of Cups. The Judgment card means you're going to get the justice you deserve. These things do take time. It takes time for the wheel to turn. I'm surprised the Wheel of Fortune hasn't shown up yet. But, oh, great. See, this is how the tarot cards work. They're wise guys. I tell you it's going to take time, and the Eight of Rods shows up, which means it's in the works right now, and it's almost exactly here. So I say it's going to take time, and the cards say, no, it's not.
Okay.
Beautiful. Huh? So hang in there, because your outlook is very good, as the 8-ball used to say.
Okay.
It's the old 8-ball. I see good. I see nothing but good things coming your way, and you've earned them. Okay.
Thank you so much.
My pleasure.
Thank you.
Bye now. And let's see if we can get another call in. You see, this is one of the things I like about tarot, is just when you need it, it can show you the beauty of life. It can show you what's coming that is going to be just beyond splendid. So I'm shuffling them up to be sure that we get it going. You shuffle a set of cards 3 times, and it's considered randomized. Denise in Memphis is next. Hi, Denise. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi, how are you?
I'm doing well. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well.
Beautiful. What can I look at for you?
Yes, I went through a pretty bad divorce, and it was so bad. I know, to the point where my ex-husband fought for custody, and he won, and I couldn't believe it. But I'm just trying to see, will I be able to, because he's been keeping her from me, reconnect with my daughter.
Let's see. Well, the first card I have here is the Sun, which is about healing and health and growth and happiness. So that's good. That tells me that you can recover from the situation. This is followed by the Ace of Cups, which is the beginning of emotional happiness and joy. Now, the Two of Rods is here. It tells me that something is on the way. Something's coming. That's followed by the Six of Swords. The Six of Swords is the one that shows a person moving from choppy waters to smooth waters. We're not going to take this literally that you're going to go on an ocean voyage. And what it means is you're going to use your willpower, which is the name of that card in another deck. You're going to use your willpower. It's also called science. You'll use your willpower to get from where you are to where you want to be. So that is very positive, and that is good. The main thing is that first card, which is the Sun. There will be healing and growth and joy. You need the healing because you've been done dirt. Let's face it, right? You were mistreated. And the cards show that. But you're going to recover from this. You have great spiritual power, by the way. I see here the magician, which is the person who can draw power from above and use it here on Earth. Are you a mystical, spiritual person?
I am.
See, there's a lot of hoodoo in Memphis, that's for sure. There's I don't know if you still have botanicas there, but we used to have a lot of them here in my neighborhood in New York, but they're all gone. But it's too bad. We lose the old ways at our own peril. But the South is the birthplace of traditional hoodoo, and it can help get you what you want. You know that. The conjure man can do a lot of stuff. Now, this is a fascinating card here, and I sense this about you to begin with. It's the Fool. That doesn't mean you're a fool, anything but. It means that you have spiritual protection. The Fool is the beloved of God. And that's followed by the Six of Rods, which is not just success, but triumph. So although it doesn't seem it now, which of course is the Four of Swords, which is a time out and stagnation, but there's going to be action, and it's going to be so good for you. You're going to take control of this situation, and it's going to benefit you finally, and the truth will come out. So don't. I mean, I can't tell you don't worry about it, because we worry, and through worrying we find solutions sometimes. The root of the word worry is to strangle, by the way. So when they say don't let it worry you in the old days, in the very old days, what they meant was don't let it kill you. It'll go away. Right now you're dealing in a very sad period, which is the Three of Swords here. But here you are again, the High Priestess. This is the woman with spiritual power. I have no doubt that anybody who treats you badly is making a huge mistake. Okay? You feel that?
Yeah, I do.
Now, you can always get in touch with me, and I can show you a few things you can do to help kick the odds onto your side, shall we say. Magical stuff, if you want. It's easy to just Google Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. You'll be able to find me and contact me anywhere. But it's truly there for us to use, and I see there's so many indications in these cards that you are a powerfully spiritual person, that you should use these spiritual things. There's nothing wrong with it. That's what they're here for. So if you want to get in touch with me, do it. If not, find a conjure man in Memphis in a store there. I'm sure you can explain the situation. And I'm still staggered by this the Fool and the Six of Rods, which is triumph and success. I mean, this is a very powerful thing here. You listen, let me put it this way. I'm not going to say, well, chances are you are going to come out of this okay. You are going to, it may take a little longer than you want, but you're going to come out of this just fine. Now, see, again, I say it may take a little longer, and I get this card, the Eight of Rods. This is the second time it happened. That means something is on the way, and it's practically here now. That's what this card means.
Oh, wow.
It's 2 times tonight I said it's going to take a while, and the card said, no, it ain't. So it's coming. That card is beautiful. That, you see, it shows these sticks that look like they've been thrown and they're about to land. So there you go. This is the cards are slapping me down publicly, But here again is everybody is getting this card today, the Temperance card. That tells me that balance will be restored in your life, and that's what you need, and that's what's coming. So hang in there, because it's like they say, it's always darkest before the dawn. And your dawn rapidly approacheth. It sure does.
Wow.
So hang in there, okay, Denise?
Okay, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now.
Bye-bye.
And gosh, there's so much positivity in the world. Sometimes it sure doesn't seem that way, folks, does it? I mean, people are hurting people. I did something very, very bad when I was a little boy. I hurt somebody. I did something nasty with a bunch of other kids to a kid who was kind of helpless. And he started crying, and that changed my life. I'll tell you about it sometime. I'll tell you about it next week if you want. His name was David. I never forgot his name. And I did something very cruel, and it hurt him, and he let me know it by crying. And it just, man, empathy was born in my little cruel boy's heart that day. Oh gosh, I will tell that story. I really will, and I was rewarded. Something very lovely happened to me many years later in that very building where this kid lived, involving a rather well-known fashion model who's. I'm not going to be a cad about this, so let's just let it go. Anyway, that's it for this week. I'm so glad that I didn't die last week. I'll tell you, I haven't been on in 2 weeks, and here I am. I was ready to go to the hospital because I thought I was going to die. But the last time I went to the hospital, they nearly killed me, so I got up and left. It's very odd, isn't it? So I'll be back next week at the same time, 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, and 8 Pacific. If you didn't get through and you want to reach me for a free mini reading, the email is asktarot, ASKTAROT, at earthlink.net. I'm pronouncing my T's. I don't want to be a tease, but there you go. That's it. So we will be back again next week to look through the magical window of the tarot. And I want to thank you for reinvigorating me. You got getting together with you, especially in this period of grief for me. And I don't mean, I mean grieving grief. You're really helping me. You're the energy I get from you is revivifying me to the extreme. So thank you so much for accepting me. Until next week, remember, who you are is the universe's gift to you. Who you become is your gift right back to the universe. And I think the universe likes getting presents, because I do. So I'll see you again next week. Bye-bye now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome.
Time for Oracle Buffet with Heather Carmona. Live from PsychicAstrologyWI.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is Oracle Buffet
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Of the Oracle Buffet, brought to you by yours truly, Heather Carmona, A1R Psychic Radio, and of course, the whole universe. Today, I decided to kind of do something a little different just because it's been coming up a lot lately. But we're going to talk about shadow work today. Shadow work in astrology, shadow work in your birth chart. But wait, let's talk about some sponsors before we get into that. We're sponsor of the day, High Class Grass, highclassgrass.com on Amazon, eBay, Walmart, TikTok. Plant-based company owned by myself and my business partner. And we're actually kind of like going to start doing some different stuff here where we're testing different products and we're giving our reactions to the different plant-based products. So if you're on a plant-based journey, like I have been for the past 13 years, or you just want to try like some new healthier snacks, check us out on one of those platforms where we post reviews about plant-based snacks. And eventually we're going to include them in our subscription plant-based snack boxes that we're working on putting together. But anyway, that's one order of business. Second order of business, our second sponsor of the day is Lighthouse Center, lighthousecenterinc.org. That is my grandmother's meditation center in Whitmore Lake, Michigan. If you're in the area, stop by and see it. Or check them out online. I know they do some online stuff. Anyway, go to a meditation, go to a class, whatever your heart desires, but check them out. And then, I just felt like doing show and tell, because does anyone remember in grade school when you had show and tell? It was like the best day ever. I think, anyway. So today I'm going to show you a gift I got from the universe. This was a while back. I actually found this. I found it at a holistic fair, and we tried to search for the owner. No one claimed it, but anyway, long story short, I ended up with it. But isn't that cool? It's a druzy quartz amethyst skull head. But it's one of my most prized possessions that I was gifted from the universe. I don't know. It's just fascinating to me. Got the different holes in it. It's got the amethyst on one side. I found it at a very pivotal point in my journey. I don't want to talk about that necessarily on here, but it has a lot of meaning to me, and I just want to share it with you guys. I haven't named him, although I probably should, or her. I probably should, but anyway, this is my druzy skull quartz, and if I brought this into a grade school, I'd probably get kicked out, but that's why I'm showing it here on Psychic Radio, where it's probably welcome and not at the old elementary school. So anyway, here it is for you to admire. That's my show and tell for the day. Have a great day, guys. I'm kidding. Anyway, enough show and tell. Let's talk about shadow work. So, shadow work is like a popular key term that you might have heard. You might be involved in some shadow work now. But basically, I believe it goes back to Carl Jung, the psychologist or psychotherapist. But basically, shadow, and it could go back even further than that. Shadow work is when we work on the parts of ourselves that we deny and that we repress and that we don't really want to acknowledge. So your shadow is the quote-unquote ugly parts of you, the parts that you would rather not face, the parts that you'd rather not deal with, the parts that you try and hide from the world and hide from yourself as well. And when you work on your shadow, it opens up all sorts of doors throughout your whole life, because what a lot of people don't realize is how much your shadow holds you back. It's like trying to keep it in this box, your shadow, the parts of you that you don't like. And you're like holding the box down, and like it's coming out. Like you can't contain your shadow. It's gonna sabotage you if you don't deal with it. And that's what happens a lot, myself included. I've been on a long journey of shadow work, and I'm still there. You're never gonna be done until you're pushing up daisies. And maybe in the next life, there's an even bigger shadow. But anyway, yeah, your shadow is the parts of yourself that you deny and repress. And I've been doing a lot of shadow work readings lately for astrology. So I've been looking at people's birth charts, and we're talking about their shadow within their astrology readings. And there's a number of different ways to go about this. I'm going to talk about some of the ways I go about this, and also tell you that I am offering shadow work readings. If you're interested, visit my site, send me a message. I'd love to look at your shadow with you, help you deal with it. But anyway, so your shadow. One of the places I like to look for your shadow in your birth chart is Saturn. Saturn is infamous because it's the planet of limitations, it's a planet of structure, it's a planet of discipline. But when it comes to shadow, to me, it's the parts that we don't really like to deal with. It's kind of where we turn a blind eye to things, at least I do. But pretty much everyone I've dealt with does too, with their charts as well. They like to turn a blind eye to their Saturn. So Saturn is the parts of us where we have a lot of karma from our past lives come in, but it's where we have a lot of lessons to deal with and a lot of structure to create, discipline to create. It's where our work is in this lifetime. So that's part of the shadow, is dealing with that work, dealing with the consequences of your Saturn and of your past lives. And it's not fun to deal with. And that's why, to me, it's part of the shadow, because we have a tendency to deny and repress it. So, for example, we'll say you got Saturn in the first house. Your shadow is pretty much putting yourself out there or not putting yourself out there. A lot of times most times people with Saturn in the first house, they're ashamed of who they are, either physically or their personality. So they hide. But part of the shadow with Saturn in the first house, for example, there's plenty of placements for Saturn, is learning to put yourself out there more and learning to be okay with your identity and your appearance and who you are. And when you do that, your shadow kind of starts to disappear or move somewhere else, perhaps. So Saturn in your birth chart is a good place to start to look for your shadow, one of the components of it. And shadow can be a bunch of different things. So we're going to talk about the rest of them. But anyway, to me, Saturn is definitely one of the big parts of your shadow, because it's where a lot of work is in this lifetime that you have to deal with, that we really don't want to have to deal with. So Saturn, part 1. Okay, part 2, in my eyes, is your south node. So if anyone knows anything about astrology, your north node is like your north star. It's the direction your soul is trying to grow in this lifetime. It's what you're learning. Some people call it your life purpose or life direction. You can call it a bunch of different things. I think we all have different life purposes, or more than one. Anyway, your north node is how your soul is trying to grow in this lifetime. Your south node is the opposite, which is where you're coming from, your past life stuff, where your comfort zone is. So that's where part of the shadow is, in my opinion, is in the south node, in that this is what your soul is trying to move away from in this lifetime. So we're going to take myself, for example. My south node is in Scorpio. One of the things with the south node in Scorpio is self-sabotage. I have been known to sabotage myself more than once because it's my comfort zone. And I'm not saying it's right, wrong, good, or bad. I mean, it's not fun, but we all have our own things that we came to learn. And so self-sabotage is part of the shadow that I've had to deal with myself, and getting away from that, learning that it's okay to go the opposite way, which is stability, growth, peace, calm. That's a big part of the shadow that I've had to deal with. And you have a south node in your chart too. It's whatever the opposite of your north node is. That you have a shadow there as well that you've been dealing with and that you've been trying to get away from in this lifetime. So the south node, in my opinion, is one of the other places to find your shadow in your birth chart. All right. Chiron. Chiron is one of the next places I like to look for your shadow. Chiron is what's called the wounded healer in astrology. We all have a set of wounds. A lot of times one wound are core wounds, but there's a lot of related wounds that go along with that. So let's say your wound is tied to the third house. So siblings, neighbors, learning, thinking, communicating. They're all the same themes to these wounds. But anyway, with these wounds, we all get damaged. And then it's our job to learn to heal ourselves in these wounds. And when we heal our wounds the best we can, we become a healer ourselves. Anyway, a lot of times people don't want to look at their Chiron as part of their shadow because it hurts to look at that. That's where you were, quote unquote, damaged most in this lifetime. So it's hard for you to look at your wounds and face it. So let's say you had some abuse or something happen in this lifetime, which I know there's a lot of you out there that have, myself included. But anyway, you had some abuse that happened in this lifetime, and it caused you a lot of pain, and you bandaged up the best you could around it. But anyway, you have a tendency, a lot of people have a tendency to repress that pain, to not think about it, but then it becomes your shadow and it ends up sabotaging you unless you deal with it. So Chiron in your birth chart is another place to look for your shadow and to learn how you can deal with the parts of yourself that you repress, that you deny. It's one of the best places to look for your shadow, essentially. Finally, last but not least, we are going to talk about Lilith. Lilith in your chart is where you rebel. It's where you deny your sexuality. It's where you want to be different. That too can be considered your shadow. It's like the taboo things that maybe that you're into that you don't want to talk to other people about because of fear of judgment. So you repress, you deny them, you hide them. So we got Saturn, we got your South Node, we got Chiron, and we have Lilith. And to me, I think, depending on the other astrologer, there's other astrologers, other opinions out there, I'm sure. But in my experience with doing hundreds, if not thousands of readings at this point, is that these are the four main components of your shadow. And when you deal with your shadow, it lightens your life up completely. Like, think about it like hauling around weights. You got a weighted backpack, you got weights in your boots, you got weights all over the place. That's your shadow, because you're denying it and you're holding on to it. When you start to work with your shadow, you start to release those weights, and life becomes easier. You vibrate higher because your weight isn't being held back by your shadow. So shadow work is extremely important for raising your vibration, creating more of what you want in life, because whether it's justified or not, those negative feelings from a core wound or abuse or whatever happens, they're negative thoughts, and the universe doesn't care if you're justified or not. It just hears negative thoughts, so it brings more negative thoughts. So when you deal with your shadow, you're dealing with a lot of that negativity. Anyway, that time went really fast. I didn't get to touch on everything I was going to talk about, but that's okay. Feel free, book a reading with me on my site, psychicastrologywi.com, if you want to talk about your shadow. I'd love to talk to you. Anyway, thank you very much for tuning in, guys. It's been a wonderful day, and we will see you next week.
You're listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV and Lightning Television. Welcome.
Time for astrology and psychic readings with Lady D. Lady D. Live from Lady D's PsychicParties.com.
Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio.
Or one of our websites,
askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv.
This is astrology and psychic reading
on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
everybody. Welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D. I hope you've all had an amazing week. It's been a week with shocking surprises since we had that conjunction of Mercury and Uranus. And this week we are going to have more surprises because on Sunday, the 23rd, we're going to have the Sun conjunct Uranus. So with Uranus, you just don't know what to expect. It's like expect the unexpected. I'm sure this week you've had some it's been an interesting week for us all. We've had different, you've heard different things, communication issues maybe gone a bit haywire, or someone's told you something that you didn't expect would happen. So this week will be a similar thing where there's going to be some shocks, some surprises. And I always say expect the unexpected with Uranus because you just don't know what you're going to get. What you think can happen might not even happen. Something else may happen instead. Today, on the 22nd, we've got Venus in square to Neptune. And I feel like with that transit, it's like people want to put on the rose-colored glasses and see things through, everything nice and positive, but they're sort of not facing a reality. Also, with that transit, it could mean that someone's trying to pull the wool over your eyes and you're unable to see that. On the 23rd as well, we've got Mercury. It's going to be in sextile to Saturn. So with that transit, I do feel like it's a positive transit, and I feel like it's a way that you can talk your way out of a problem, be quite resilient, think quickly. If something comes up, and able to sort of think on your feet and to get through the issue with no problem. On the 25th, we've got the Sun that's going to be in sextile to Neptune. So I really feel like people are with that transit are sort of widening their eyesight, sort of seeing more of a reality what's going on. On the 26th, we've got Mars in square to Pluto. Now, that can be a bit of an angry transit. I always feel like Mars and Pluto together make it sort of an angry energy, and it's a square, so the energy is working against each other. So I sort of feel like maybe be careful of driving on the roads. I feel like just take your time with things, seeing what's going to happen. It's going to be a very interesting week, as I said. And then on the 27th, we've got the Sun that's going to be in tri to Pluto. So it could be this week that something doesn't end and something comes like a new beginning, but it would be a positive beginning because the Sun tri Pluto is more of a positive aspect too. So it is going to be, I just feel like it's going to be like a lot of changes. I feel like that people are going to want to look at the world through rose-colored glasses this week. We might see like it's a sort of new beginning. The energy may feel like that. There even could be a sense of like a new tech, some sort of new technology coming in or being announced. And I feel like it's also, this week is about taking control of your life. So I feel like you got a chance to sort of can take control of things too, which you feel like is being out of control as well. So let's go to the caller. So we've got Ellen who's in Orlando, Canada. In Canada. So hi, Ellen, how are you?
Hi, I'm good. How's yourself?
I'm good. How can I help you today?
I got asked if I wanted a free reading, so that's why I'm here.
Yep. So what do you want the free reading to be about? What do you what do you want to know?
Okay, so I am looking to do I'm kind of how do I explain it? My job, one of my jobs, I have two jobs, and I'm just wondering, I'm supposed to be doing like a switch, if that's gonna actually happen or not.
Which like go to the new job within so promotion within the company, is that what you mean? Or you're just getting a new job, it was just a new job. Okay. So what I see for you, Ellen, I do see things changing up for you, and I feel like that. I kind of feel like the application that you put in, it needs to be, so some changes need to be made to it. I feel like there's some things that need to be taken out. I also feel like that. I feel like there's going to be from two jobs, there's one job. So I feel like that you'll be going into more just having one job, not two jobs. So I do see that change coming in for you too. And I feel like that it's like you're knocking on the door, but there's no one there at the moment. But But I feel like there's changes that you're going. There's a two with this, so it'd be 2 months or 2 weeks. There's a two of when these changes going to come in to effect as well for you. But I just feel like there's going to be some changes made to the application that you're going to put in for the job. I feel like there's just too much. So you got too much there. So I feel like it maybe needs to be simplified as well. Are you there, Ellen? Okay. So what else I feel like with Ellen too, I just feel like that with her energy, I feel like she needs to be I feel like there's problems with communication with you as well, Ellen, too. So I feel like that also can be sort of either tough or it's confusing, but I feel like you need to be very firm in what you're saying to people where you work with as well, because I feel like sometimes you get dismissed and aren't okay. You there, Ellen?
Yes, I'm here. I'm sorry.
Okay. It's okay. Did you hear what I was saying?
I just it was lost connection, and you were saying about 2 weeks or 2 months or something.
Yeah. So I feel like it was either going to be in 2 weeks or 2 months for the job, but I kind of feel like the two jobs will be more one job. So I feel like you weren't going to be doing the two jobs anymore. It was just going to be one job that you're going to do. But it was also getting the needs to the application that you're putting in. I feel like there's going to be changes made to the application that you're putting in, like things to be taken out, or not to. I feel like there's a lot of elaborating on things that don't need to be there as well.
Okay. So my one current job that I actually really like, is that the one I'm gonna be with?
Look, I feel like it's the one that has more money, and it's like more money. It's more flexible, and I feel like you won't need the other one. So I feel like that's the one that I'm getting that's going to be there. There's one job that you do. I feel like it's like a waste of time. I feel like it's like you're going around and in circles, and I feel that's the one about the communication that people are. It's like you're being a little bit dismissed. So I feel like the communication, you're to be very firm and strong in what you're saying to people. I feel like it's the one with the lesser money. And it's like you're chasing your tail with that one. It's like you're going around in circles a bit with that one too.
Okay. Okay. That's great. And then I also had one more question, if that's okay.
Yes.
So I'm looking to wanting to do a trip to New York, and my husband, I'm not sure if he's actually on the ball for it. I'm just curious if that actually is going to happen or not.
I'm just hearing someone say they don't want to go. So I feel like maybe your husband was one of you not keen on going. But I see snowing. So I feel like you'll be going into winter for this because I kind of see snow. So I feel like if you're going, it's going to be more the winter months when you're going to go to there.
Really?
Well, I see snow.
Yeah.
So
okay. Because we were looking to go. We were looking to go in July sometime, like for the 4th of July. That's what I wanted to do. We have done winter trips on going like hot vacations, but if that's kind of what you mean.
Well, I just feel like there's going to be a delay because I don't know, it might be like a safety thing, but I just feel like there's some kind of delay there. But I just keep on seeing, like I see New York City, but I keep on seeing snow. So to me, it was more of a winter going when it's snowing than so like winter to me than summer. But I do see you going. But I feel there's a hold up though, because I keep on seeing someone holding back. It's like they're holding back the rope, but they're holding back. So I feel like that there could be someone kind of like your husband. I just feel like he's delaying, and there's excuses there as well too.
Yeah, I thought that might be true. Okay, I was just checking.
Okay.
Yeah, I guess that's pretty well. I really wanted to know more about my job, though. I wanted to be sure.
Okay. Well, see you go. I kind of kept I feel like there's one job. I don't see you out of job. I see you'll be, I just feel like you'll be happier with one job too. Because you better do what you want to do more outside of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I feel like there's little projects that you
my one job, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, see you go. I just feel like a lot of I feel like there's a lot of different projects and the different things you want to do, but at the moment, like you've got no free time to do them. I feel like it's around the home, and I feel like with the one job you're going to be able to. I see like I want to paint the house, so you might be looking at painting the your house, redecorating. I kind of feel like there's some projects we did around the house, but at the moment, there's no time to do them. Too.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's all right.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much.
Okay. All right. Thank you for calling in today.
Thank you. Yeah. Bye.
It's okay. So if you want to, I do also do live readings on my Facebook and my YouTube on Thursday nights at 7 p.m. That is my time in Sydney as well. If you want to contact me, I do have a booking system from my website, Lady D Psychic Parties. I also have a Facebook page for also Lady D Psychic Parties, and I have Instagram, which is Lady DS Psychic. My YouTube is Lady D Psychic, as well as my TikTok. And as I said, this week is going to be full of surprises. Expect the unexpected. See what happens. What you think may happen may not happen. And it's going to be an interesting week, I think, ahead of new beginnings and different cycles. So let's just see what happens. But I'll see you same time, same place next week. So bye for now.
Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, enlightening television. Welcome. And now, Reverend Elliot's Magical Window with Reverend Elliot. Live from magic-works.com. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Reverend Elliot's Magical Window on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Greetings, fellow seekers of truth, wisdom, and light. This is Reverend Elliot coming to you live from the city of New York, where the mayor just made a wonderful announcement where he's going to go full Trotsky on us because certain pale ethnic groups make too much money, and he must put an end to that immediately. I was just chatting with the producer here, Dave, who I remembered an old Soviet Union joke. They were very sardonic when they were living under communist rule. The joke went like this. Under capitalism, man exploits man, but under communism, it's the other way around. So, the guy is trying so many things, and none of them are going to work because none of them are going to pass. Right now, his answer to everything is more free stuff. So he's going to essentially give everybody free childcare here, which, of course, we have a thing that gives childcare. It's called a parent. But, I don't want to get too deep into the political stuff here because this is just a passing fad and it won't last. The thing that's going to put a stop to what's happening here with this ideological person who's never really had a job before. That's the funny part to me, is that, I'm familiar with the ins and outs of show business, and I can tell you it's one of the easiest things to get into. A lot of people think it's hard. It is not hard at all. Look how many people are in it, right? This guy who's the mayor now here couldn't get into show business even with his mother, who is a director for Disney, making movies. She couldn't even get him in. Let's make him mayor. So suddenly, years ago, somebody said that politics was show business for ugly people. And we're kind of seeing that now at this point. So these things will blow over. They'll pass. New York has been burned down. New York has been rioted. And I don't mean like, these little things that we saw in the news in the last few years. I'm talking about massive riots here where buildings were torched and the whole city was crippled. You look at the history of New York, and this is a town that always bounces back, always. So we're getting racially motivated politics now, which is what is known in the dictionary as racism. Racism is when politics and political, what's the word I'm looking for? Policy is justified by races, which really don't exist. That's just an artificial thing that they do to scare the hell out of everybody. So, New York will be fine. We may have a few rough days, but it's nowhere near as bad as these professional sourpusses like to say. It's just trust your old Uncle Elliot on that. I've been through this city. I've been in this city since the 50s, and I've seen it come and I've seen it go, and I've been deeply immersed in the political scene here. And I can tell you that a lot of the people here, and especially in the area I live in, only went into politics because they did indeed fail in show business. This is something they have in common with the mayor here. When they fail, they just keep failing. The funny thing about failing in show business is that that's called the learning process. If it doesn't work, don't do it. Now, I've spent years developing a comedy act, which got laughs. But I could write that down and give it to somebody else and it wouldn't get laughs because it's what works for you in the entertainment business. So anybody who tries to be somebody else gets eaten up alive. But there's always room for more. As long as somebody look, the reason I was shall we say popular in my field of endeavor, which for quite a long period was screenwriting, is because people could make money off of me. That's the whole point. There's a lot of people who think that because they've seen movies all their lives, they know what screenwriting is, and they really don't. But I always ask them one question, and nobody ever gets it right, which is, what is a screenplay for? And maybe I'll tell you later. But nobody I ever met who aspired to be a screenwriter could answer that question correctly. What is a screenplay for? I'll give you a hint. It's not the guide for shooting the movie. Not at all. So anyway, we'll go into some of that later because these are very interesting things to people for some reason. And, if you really want to get ahead in a certain business, any business, you got to understand the business. You have to know what it's about. You have to understand what your job is and what your job isn't. So now, we're getting all these people who are doctors. These doctors are getting fired from their jobs because they think that their job is to be a social justice warrior. Now, if you want to have a social conscience and do what you think is right, fine. But, there's an old saying in the esoteric world, which is so totally misunderstood. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law. And immediately people say, oh, so I can murder somebody? And of course, the answer is no. If the law is that you should do what is your will to do, you have no right to steal somebody else's will by killing them. You see how that works? Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, which is that you become yourself. You do who you are. Because there's really only one you at any given moment. I don't know if we come back or not, but that's what people used to wonder. I get in trouble even in high school. Well, what do you want to be when you grow up? I said, I want to be the best possible Elliot I can be. Well, that's not anything. Won't you be an engineer? So many kids in grade school said they wanted to be engineers that I thought they meant like Choo Choo Charlie in the Good and Plenty commercials. I didn't realize that an engineer didn't mean running a train. But, the kids, I saw 5, 6, 7-year-olds saying, I'm going to be an engineer. And they didn't know what it was, They're just social pressures there. But find out who you are, what you can do, and use it, make a living doing it. It's not that hard. Yeah, well, you're lucky, they say. No, I wasn't lucky. I worked very hard to get where I was. Here's a secret about the entertainment business. When I was a screenwriter, I spent more time writing memos to the producers than actually working on the screenplay. Because we touched on this a week or so ago, the parts of a conversation. In a conversation, there's what I say and there's what you hear. And then there's what I think you heard, and there's what you think I said. And it can be very confusing. And, the big problem that the producers have is they hire some gung-ho young screenwriter, tell them exactly what kind of movie they want them to be paid to write, and then they'll come off and go away, and they come back with a script that has nothing to do with it. So anytime I had a telephone conversation or a luncheon meeting with a producer, I would go home and I would write a memorandum. And I would say, this is to memorialize what we discussed. Please let me know if I'm correct. That's it. This communication is at the heart of everything. If you can be Albert Einstein, but if you can't communicate what E equals MC squared means, you're screwed. It's all about communication. And the tarot cards are a form of communication. I don't make up what I'm reading. I I just follow what the cards show me, and I explain to people what I see. I shuffled them up terribly today, so they're a big mess. But that won't stop us, because I don't. People have asked me about this. I don't read the cards upside down in a short reading, because we don't need to. The upside down cards. There's a card that covers everything in the deck, so you don't really need the upside down stuff. But in a very long, in-depth reading, it's handy. So some of these cards are even backwards. Let's see. Yeah, see, backwards. So let's see what we can do here, and we'll get into it. But in the meantime, I guess what I'm trying to say is don't let politics bend you out of shape. It's just a bizarre form of show business, and they have very little power over us, the political people. They just don't have that much power. They think they do, but they don't. That's why they are acting out all the time. But remember, always find out if what the person is doing is in their nature. If it's in your nature to be a politician, then you'll be a good politician. If it's not in your nature to be a politician, if you're only doing it because your father did it and your grandfather did it, you're headed for trouble. One of the meanest, nastiest people I ever saw in New York politics was somebody who was a fourth-generation political leader. And he spent a lot of time helping people and doing very good things. And then as he got older, he just started to really hurt people a lot. So, this is something to watch out for. Don't throw away your life, is what I'm saying. Find out who you are, what you're meant to do. Get a tarot reading. Get an in-depth tarot reading. Get a birth chart. I offer birth charts free, Just go to magic-works.com, magic-works.com. Now, there are 2 pages there. One is about getting a birth chart, and the other one shows birth charts for celebrities. Now, you want to have your socks knocked off, which sounds like a fun experience, doesn't it? Then please take a look at the celebrity birth charts at magic-works.com, magic-works.com, and you will be surprised at how accurate they are. I mean, thoroughly accurate. And if you would like to, if you're not sure of who you are and where you're going and what your destiny may be, get a birth chart. I can sell you a 25-page one, or I can give you a free one that's like 2 pages. They're both fine. I'm not asking anybody to spend money, that's for sure. But if you choose to, the option is there. Almost nobody takes that option, and I'm fine with that. I'm not being exploited. In fact, right now, at this point in my life, I need to be busy. So if you can ask me for a free birth chart, you got it. If you can ask me for a free mini tarot reading, you got it. I'll be more than happy to do it. I did 3 of those today. Why shouldn't I do one for you? You're really helping me if you do it, because I'm really not in the best frame of mind I've ever been in, as many of you know and know why. But it's the show is not about me; it's about you. And I'll say it again, I am so happy at the outpouring of understanding and help I've gotten from the Ask One Radio audience. It's been great. So if you just feel like dropping me a line to say, we're with you, we hope all works out for you, go for it. And not just for me. I mean, you'd be surprised what that does for people. There's a wonderful scene in the play, 1,000 Clowns. And if you don't know it, take a look at the movie sometime. It's called 1,000 Clowns, where a guy has a revelation. He walks down the street and he apologizes to people. Excuse me, sir, but I'm sorry. Or I'm very sorry. And it brightens up their day, because apparently a lot of people are walking around feeling that the world owes them an apology. Now, here's a story I've told before. I knew a guy who used to say, money is great, but it's not worth working for. he had the right attitude about money, as far as I'm concerned. It's not what he didn't mean you don't have to earn your money. He didn't mean steal it. What he meant was it's not worth grinding yourself into the ground over. Of all the things, I decided through my experimentation that of all the things people need in life, money is one of the easiest to get. I mean, you show up and you do a job for a few hours a day, you'll get money. So I walked along Central Park West, which some of you may not know is a very, for the most part, swanky neighborhood in New York City. And I asked people on Central Park West if they would give me some money. And they did. Almost everybody I asked gave me some money. Almost nobody avoided me. A little loose change here, a little folding money there. And I donated that money to a charity. Then the next day, I walked along the same stretch at the same time. And this time I didn't ask for money. I asked for people to listen to me. Not one person took me up on it. Not one, which is, why a lot of people go to see psychiatrists. They're paying somebody to listen to them. So that's an important lesson in life. I think I learned. What the lesson actually is, I don't know yet. But that was so many years ago. So you see, by way of all this, just remember what the main function of the news media is. It's to drive you crazy. One of their favorite tools is asking questions. Could this be the end of New York? Well, there's a wonderful website dedicated to what's called Betteridge's Law of Headlines. And this person, Ian Betteridge, decided long ago that any headline that ends with a question mark can be answered with the word no. And there's some very fun. Every day they add new headlines from the news because lazy journalists love to write that. That means we know that the story is not true, but we simply want to run the story anyway. So, my refinement on that is ignore any headline that says could in it. Could this be the final days? No. Because it's not news, it's conjecture. Now, if you can cut out headlines with a question mark and just answer them no and ignore them after that, or you can ignore any story that has could or may be in the headline, you'll do yourself a world of good. Because these people, I've been around them for decades, and they just like to upset other people. It's that simple. And those other people are you and me. So that's my homily for today. I'll tell you something else. I'm about to say something that I would wager nobody has ever heard a man say. That's not some big confession about feminism or anything. Here it is. I misplaced my turban. Have you ever heard anybody say that they lost their turban? I mean, right over there in my office is where I remember it being in a box, nicely wrapped up and secure. But wow, I can't find the thing. I found 4 fedoras that I didn't even remember I had. But no turban. So I'm probably the only person you'll ever hear moaning and whining that I lost my turban. Now, the funny thing is, you can't get one like that anymore. I mean, that company that made those went out of business during the Biden inflation period, as did like many inexpensive shaving soaps, which is what led me on my shaving soap odyssey, which I'm not going to talk about. But you can find it at my website, mojoacademy.org. There's several pages there about shaving soap, if you're so inclined. I have to mail some more out. I just sold some more soaps. See, I only made these soaps because I didn't want to pay a fortune for shaving soap, and I didn't see a reason to. So I went into making it for myself, and then I realized it was so inexpensive, I'll sell it. And I'm talking about I'm selling shaving soaps for like $4.99. I asked for a little more on eBay, but that's the game there. You can put in a lower price, and I'll consider it and probably give it to you. Even if it's just $4.99, you want to make it $4, fine. There's just no reason to take a commodity like shaving soap if you use a brush and a mug if you're a man and make it $16. But you'll see videos all over the place of people boasting about using $32 shaving soaps. One born every minute, folks. So that's my opening philosophy. Now we're going to go do the readings. How's that? Like I told you, I often get quite chatty because, especially now, living alone for the first time in over 40 years, I really feel like I'm burdening some people with emails and voicemails and all of that. But I like talking to you guys. Faceless hordes of people around the world listening to Reverend Elliot, and you don't even know how much good you do me. You don't even know how much you help me. And I really appreciate it. So the free charts, the free birth chart, free mini reading, it's a way of me giving back. Please take advantage of it. The more time I spend doing that, the happier I'll be. And I'm looking forward to making a free birth chart for you, so you'll know who you are a little bit better, maybe. Carl Jung, the psychiatrist, the great father of psychiatry, he was really hip to this stuff. He likened people to wine, each wine having a vintage with certain characteristics. So are people. See, so take a look at the astrology page at magic-works.com, magic-works.com. I'll put a link to that today, if I remember, on Twitter, X. So let's pull back the curtain on the magical window. I'll ring a bell 3 times to declare sacred space. Hey, see, that bell worked. And now we're going to greet our first caller, Megan in Alexandria, Virginia. Hello, Megan. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, how are you tonight?
I'm great. Thank you for asking. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. I'm doing better now that I'm here with all you guys. So what can I look at for you?
I just wanted a general reading to see if Spirit had a message for me.
Okay. Well, according to this, you're kind of at the cusp of some new stuff happening. I'm seeing that your mind is changing. Not that you're going nuts or anything, in a good way. Your mind is expanding, and you're finding a new way to think about life and see things. Is that something you're working on?
Yeah.
Well,
Yes,
it's working. I've got the Ace of Swords, and I have another card that has swords in it, which is the Justice card. Now, the thing about the Justice card is it means you're getting what you deserve. Were you cheated out of something recently, perhaps?
Yeah, I think so. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, the world is going to make that good, Aside from that, the 3 of Rods is here. That's about waiting for results, good results. The 3s are about completion and also growth. And the 8 of Coins is here. Now, if you're in the line of looking for new work, that's a very good card. Now, even if it isn't new work, it could be a new assignment within a job you already have. It shows an apprenticeship, a person working very hard at something new and being recognized and rewarded for what she's done. So that's pretty good. Now, the Chariot is here, too. That's a major card. You have 2 major cards here. The Chariot is about a person who's holding conflicting forces together. Do you feel like that's happening in your life?
Holding conflicting forces.
Yeah.
I can relate to that.
The symbolism here, and then I have a very good card for you, ugly but good. The symbolism here is a person holding driving a chariot with 2 horses, one white, one black. One wants to go this way, the other wants to go that way, but you make them go according to the way you want them to go. Now that shows you have great willpower, but it's also tiring. But you're able to do it. You're able to do what needs to be done, but you might need a little break here. And that's what this card is. This is an ugly card, this nasty looking card, and it scares a lot of people, but don't let it scare you. It shows a person lying face down in the mud with 10 swords in her back. Now, that doesn't mean somebody's assassinated you. It means that life has thrown its worst at you, and you're still here, and you're going to get up and keep going. So it's really a wonderful card. And the final card I have for you is the 10 of Cups, which is supreme happiness and a happy home and things working out very well. So in this period where your mind is growing and your mind is changing and you're going to be reaping results in the near future, and probably starting some new kind of work endeavor that you will apply yourself to very rigorously, and you'll succeed. I mean, this is all very good. And whatever you had been sort of cheated out of, the world is going to make that up to you, and you're going to live in complete happiness, according to these cards. See, it's a very... nothing horrible happens here. It's a very dull, good reading. The cornerstone of this reading is your head. Not that you're a blockhead, but I knew a blockhead. I mean, that's a very specific thing in carnival talk. A blockhead, I don't know if I even want to explain what they do. They hammer nails up their nose. That's the act. But you're going to do very well because your mind is growing and changing. And unfortunately, the first thing that happens when we do that, when we grow that way, is we lose friends. I don't know what the hell happened to you. You're so different now, but they don't get that you're better. So don't let that get you down. You'll attract new people. Seriously will. Okay, so here's another one. This is the Six of Rods is another card of success and triumph. So you're headed down a good path. You're headed down a very good path. And it's work that you're doing for yourself. That's what counts. Let's see, anything else?
I believe it.
Yeah, money is coming your way, and you'll be good at juggling that money. You'll know how to make that money work to make more money. That's really the whole point of, well, that's capitalism in a nutshell, is to have your money make the money. And it's doable, right. It really is doable. Mm-hmm. But somehow, if you look at the United Nations statistics, you'll see that capitalism, and I'm trying not to be ideological about this, just factual, has lifted more people out of poverty than anything. It's the old saying about if you give a person a fish, you'll feed him for a day. If you teach her how to fish, you'll feed her for a lifetime. And that's what it does. There's a creativity to doing capitalism right. Now, if you want to be a rapacious capitalist and just go there and grab everything you can, that is not going to work out very well for you. But to have money working for you instead of you working for money is good. I mean, when I went out into the workforce, I couldn't believe that I was getting paid all the money I was getting just to show up and work 8 hours a day. And right. I did good things with that money. And looking back with inflation, at the age of 20, I was making the equivalent today of about $60,000. And I liked the work. That was the main thing. I enjoyed the work. Won't say so much for the people I worked with because they were nasty, many of them, forming little cliques and all. But you're smart. These cards show me that your mind works. And this is another thing about holding conflicting forces. If you get into a situation where people are trying to hurt you, you're going to handle yourself very well. Okay?
Mm-hmm. I've learned, yeah.
I mean, I feel sorry for them because not because you're going to hurt them, but because they won't be able to hurt you. And for some people, that's a goal in life. You've noticed that. Mm-hmm. Here it is again, the Chariot. So things are looking good for you, and it's all coming very soon. Here's the Wheel of Fortune confirms that there's change coming. So yeah, don't thank me. It's you. It's your cards and it's your work. You're the one doing the work. My reading shows that the work is going to pay off. Okay, Megan?
Thank you.
Thank
you so much for your time and your energy.
Well, that's what I'm here for. Yeah, I enjoy doing this. I've been doing it for like 15 years, and every time I do a show, it's like the first time.
Oh, thank you.
Glad to meet you. I agree with that person who said that the world is full of friends we just haven't met yet. Thank you so much, Megan. Bye-bye now.
Good night. Bye-bye.
And let's just shuffle them up. You're listening to Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Good grief. Have we really hit the halfway mark already? Who is this chatterbox, Reverend Elliot? This is, I like I said, these are very important things. Now, if you don't want to call and you want a reading without, like hundreds of thousands of people listening around the world live, and then even more later on the at the archive. If you're a little shy about that, just send me an email and I'll do a free mini reading for you. Now, I'm not trying to entice you into it. I've actually got a sinister ulterior motive, which is to keep me busy. Look, any man who is capable of losing his turban really needs to focus his mind. And this kind of stuff is good for developing focus. I've got a few new products ready to go. I'm going to be putting them up on my website. So one of them involves this book that I wrote 15 years ago about bending spoons, which is really, it's not about bending spoons. That's the pretext. But it'll show you how to do it, even though people will tell you it can't be done. You take another look at that picture I just showed you. Right there on the cover is the first spoon I ever bent with just my mind. I remember being shocked. It just flipped over. And I'm offering a special package for that book because it's still, after 15 years, it still sells well. And I just want to give a little extra. I have the time now, and you people have been so darn kind to me over the years. Do you know how many nasty phone calls I've gotten doing this? Just one, and I made him feel like a dope. Just one, and and I'm talking about 15 years worth of phone calls. So I'm not inviting you to come in and abuse me, but I'm just showing how wonderful you folks are. Now let's go to Jackie in Ogden, Utah. Hi, Jackie. You're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hi. How are you?
I'm hanging in there. How are you doing?
I'm doing all right.
Well, let's see if we can do something for both of us to be a little better. How's that? What can I look at for you?
I don't know. I guess I was just wanting a general reading, I suppose, or maybe if you could tell me what maybe Tony's intentions are with having a relationship with me, I guess. I don't know.
Well, okay, this is very good. This is right off the bat. This is the 10 of Cups. Cups are about relationships and romance. And the 10 is perfected happiness. That means it's going to be very good, Now, have you recently had a relationship that didn't work out?
That was with Tony. We've been on like an on and off complicated type of situation for the last 9 years.
Well, these things happen because, speaking of 9, that's what this card is. It's the 9 of rods. Now, if you can see the card, it shows a person who's got a bandage on her head, standing in front of a bunch of rods, ready to fight. The bandage means you've been around the block. You know what I mean? The bandage is that you've taken your lumps. But it means that you have experience and you know how to handle things. It's very important because in the romantic realm, people take so much abuse. This is one of the things that shocked somebody to whom I was briefly married, was that I didn't put up with it, and I terminated the relationship, so to speak. That's for another time. But the thing about the relationships here is that, I've got 4 cards here, and 3 of them are cups. And as I said, cups are about romance and relationships. So the cards are really responding exactly to you. The 6 of cups is about memories of childhood. There's somebody who maybe from your past who could potentially pop up again, or at least is on your mind. And the Two of Cups is here. Now, that's an interesting one. The Two of Cups can mean a new relationship or a relationship you're in now, reaching a new level. But that's a very important card that way. That means that something good is on the way to you in terms of relationship, and it's going to be good. Now, you see, here I have another cup card, which is the Eight of Cups. That's a person who knows to move away from things that aren't working for her and go towards things that are. So you're not a
kind of been at.
You're not a sucker, but you know, some people can have a hold on us. You know what I mean? It's difficult. I mean, I don't like to get this personal because it's not about me; it's about you guys. But if you're being honest with me, I should be honest, you know, and open with you. I got out of a very lousy marriage many years ago, and it hurt me when I left. You know, when I broke it up, I couldn't believe it. My first thought was, I can't believe this is upsetting me. You know, it's God. I'm shuffling the cards up here while we talk, but here are two more cards for you that are cups. So definitely, romance is very important in your life. The Ace of Cups again bodes the potential for something new in terms of romance, and the Three of Cups is a completion of a matter in plenitude. Which also the important thing here is it shows that you will either find a new level of romance with this person, or you'll find somebody new through your friends. See, that's an important thing. So keep your eye out. But you know, overall, the cards are very positive for. I don't believe this. I got two more cards here, and they're both cups. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 8 cards are cups. So definitely this is about relationship and romance and love. King of Cups and the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups bodes well for something new happening romantically in your life. And the King of Cups shows that you're gaining good control over your emotions. You're not letting your emotions beat you around. You know, now women have a reputation for being overly emotional. Trust me, men are worse, you know, but because men tend to be far more repressed, in my experience. So
yeah,
but you'll be doing well. I can't believe all these cup cards you got here. All but one is a cup card. All of them but one. You know,
and I'm not normally like very like concerned about a relationship. It's just like, I don't know, I'm just getting older in age, and I don't know, like I just want a partner, like more than anything. And I just don't want to sit there and waste my time any longer for something that's not going anywhere.
You know, and here I have the card of the Hierophant, which is a card about marriage, which is a card about religious solemnization. There comes a point where no matter what you feel like about a person, you got to start calling the bluff. You know, you got to say enough is enough, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's what this is about. This is about here's the Wheel of Fortune says that the situation you're in will change, and the next is a major card, which is Temperance, which is about balance being restored in your life. So I think this is going to work out very well. I think that there will be a restoration of balance, because right now it's out of whack. You can see that, right? Mm-hmm. It's not in balance, but it will be balanced out, and the results very likely can be a happy marriage, according to this, because that's something that you know, it doesn't just happen. It's something people work at, and people have to be determined to do. He's another one. There's another cup card. I'm going to ignore it, though, because the next card is healing, health, growth, happiness. It's the Sun. Finally, a card that is a major card that isn't involving cups, but it tells me that you're going to have everything you want, and balance will be restored, and you'll grow and you'll be happy and you'll be healthy. Okay?
Okay.
So it's a very good reading because it shows what you want and you're willing to work to get that which you want. Correct?
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So let's see if there's one more card here. Well, there's the Justice card again. We had that earlier. There's things in life that you may not think it this way, but there's things in life that you deserve, and you're going to get those things. And that sounds like a threat to some people, but it's not.
No, I mean, it just like that's also another thing that I was thinking about the other day is, I guess like my lack of self-love to myself, I guess, and feeling that I have to stop allowing people to treat me a certain type of way because I feel like I don't deserve any different.
Yes, that is big. That is
Not
very
being
big.
worthy.
That's something. There's a little voice in a lot of people's heads that say, "I don't deserve this." In a very strange way, I've known more than I want to know people who killed themselves, and with one exception, they were all very successful at what they did. But deep down inside, they didn't feel they deserved it, so they killed themselves. Can you imagine that?
That's crazy. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, it's very sad. Well, the world is here. That's a card of assured success. And the Eight of Swords here, this is exactly what you just described to me. This is a person who doesn't feel able to move, feels trapped. But the thing about the Eight of Swords is that you're bound to the swords by a rope. And by moving, you'll cut those ropes. So there's hope there. I think that you will cut the ropes. Oh, gosh, again, the cups. The Nine of Cups tells me you're going to be very happy. There's a plumped person there because that person is so gifted with life pleasures. It's a card that even gives a warning that people might be upset with you because they're envious of you. So you're aware of what's bothering you. That's the main thing. You feel inadequate. Somebody put that little recording in your head to feel inadequate, and you're dealing with it. And I say you're going to vanquish it. At my website, magic-works.com, I have a page called Erase Those Tapes. Because it's bad enough when we have bad feelings about ourselves, but when somebody else put them there, it's worse. So do that. I mean, when I was a child, my mother said something I wouldn't even say to a person I despised. And fortunately, I was a strong little child, and I didn't let it bother me. I knew that it was her problem, not mine. And it was about how everything I touch is ruined. Everything I can. And telling a 9-year-old this, I remember it, but I remember
scarred into your brain.
Yeah, I remember it because I rejected it. I absolutely, utterly rejected it. And then that's something no 9-year-old should have to go through. But it sticks with us, and there's always, I've known so many people who were quite confident and successful who would tell me during a reading, there's a little voice that says, you're not good enough and you don't deserve this. Well, you are good enough. You do deserve it. I mean, that's like that character that Al Franken used to play, Stuart Smalley, which is a great name. It's based on a talent agent named Stuart Smiley, who we all knew in the comedy world. So he just made a joke out of Stuart Smiley's name. But it's, by gosh, you deserve it. Now, one of my favorite attitudes in life is I don't get headaches, I give them. So that's that's a start. Don't let people mess around with you. This is very worth exploring, but according to these cards, you're going to come out of this just fine. Okay?
Okay.
In
All
fact,
right.
just for icing on the cake, that's a card of somebody giving you money. You've got money coming your way. It's a card of philanthropy.
That's what I need.
And, I see money in your future. And there's the Lovers again. See, that's about making a choice between the sacred and the profane. It's not about romance, but it's like the Temperance card, which is about balance. Your life has gone out of whack, and you're going to unbalance the unbalanced. I think I put my money on you. Okay.
Okay, cool.
Now, you doubt any of that, you just listen to this reading again. It'll be at the archive by tomorrow, if not later tonight.
Okay.
But I also would like you to contact me. You know, I don't charge for email stuff, you know, I mean, unless you want to buy an email reading, and I'm not selling you that. I mean, if you want some coaching on this stuff, just drop me a line. I'll be more than happy to deal with it. Okay? Yeah, and I'm not looking to get any payday out of this. I think that I think you're right at the point of change, positive change, and I'd like to help you across the finish line. How's that?
All right, thank you.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now, Jackie. And let's see. I can't believe the time is going so fast. You know, this is. I mentioned Einstein before. Somebody once described the theory of relativity quite glibly as 5 seconds sitting on a hot stove seems longer than 5 minutes sitting on the lap of a beautiful woman. Well, which of course I'm not going to do at this stage of my life. I'm going to go find women and sit on their lap. That's Harpo Marx territory. Anyway, you know, so the trick is to see what the reality is, and that's what magic work does. It lets us see the magic. We have some time here. Let's go to Loretta in Rosewood, Manitoba. Hi, you're on with Reverend Elliot.
Hello.
Hi, Loretta. How are you? Thank you for being so patient. What can I look at for you?
My pleasure. Well, actually, I don't have anything specific, but I do just want just a general message, I guess. Like,
okay.
Just
Let's see what the cards deliver to you. There's a way of reading the cards that I tell you what's on your mind, and if it's wrong, we don't do the reading, you know. But then we have to come back tomorrow.
Okay,
but I'll try it a little differently.
I just want like whatever spirit thinks I should hear.
Well,
what I
the
need
high
to know,
priestess, the high priestess is here. That means that you have great spiritual ability, and you're able to pierce the veil between this world and the next, which is a very important talent. And it tells me a lot about you. Are you a very spiritual person?
I wasn't before, but in the last few years I've been really going on a deep journey. So yes, I would say I'm definitely moving that way. And
Excellent.
I am, yeah.
Well, I have the world here. That's a card of assured success. Here, this is a card I love, the Magician. That goes with the High Priest. The High Priest and the Magician. The Magician can take energy from above and use it here on this plane and make things happen. So the Justice card is here also. So you're again, if you've been mistreated, you're going to it's going to be made up to you by the world. Which, you know, they're like, well, the world doesn't owe you anything. Yeah, it does, actually, sometimes. So sometimes the world owes us a lot, wouldn't you say?
Well, yes. A lot of the healing that I'm doing now is more for the injustices that are happening in the world right now. So
well, this is the Justice card.
A lot of sense.
There used to be before the pandemic. There was a thing. I'll have to see if it's still around. They made a set of cards that you could print out, and it was a ritual that thousands of people around the world did on the same day at the same time with those cards to promote justice and positive energy in the world. So, you know, I'll see if that's still around. And if not, I'll revive it, for God's sake. You know, this is ridiculous that we have so many people whose whole job in life seems to be to destabilize us all. And they love it. You know, they relish it. They enjoy it. But you're going to be okay. I've got a lot of major cards here for you. In fact, all of these are major cards. The High Priestess, the Magician, the World, Justice, and the Star. The Star is hope and optimism. The Star is that you'll get what you want. The Star is that things will work out very well for you. I've had this card earlier today, the Two of Cups. There is something romantic coming your way. The Judgment card is here, another major card. That's another one where you'll be revitalized. You'll be a new person because you're going to get the justice that you've been denied. So these are very strong cards, and you may not even know it, but you've got a strong personality. You may not think it. I mean, I've known people who thought that they were a little weak church mouse types, and I would ask them, "Do you understand that you always get what you want?" And they said, "Well, that's just luck." Well, no, yeah. Don't sell yourself short, because you've got many powerful cards here, including now this one, the Empress, the High Priestess, the Magician. These are spectacular cards showing a very powerful person. So if you have some awakening spiritual interests, you're going to do well with them. The Eight of Rods is here. That's just a rather plebeian card that tells me that good things are on their way right now in your life and will come into your life very, very soon. Okay?
That's all amazing and very, very, it resonates with me. Like I said, I've been on this journey and I'm doing some really cool ceremonies and just different stuff.
Have you lost friends yet who say, "I don't know what happened to you, you're so different"?
Oh, yeah, I have. Lots of them, actually. But I'm okay with that because
that's the price.
I'm just going to say, like, I still hold love for them, and I'm still sending love to them. And then maybe they'll join me sometime. But,
Yeah. Well,
okay.
A lot of that comes from their own expectations, which are probably unrealistic. You are who you are, and the more they see who you really are, the more welcoming they ought to be, and they ought to be celebrating. It's like the return of the prodigal child. This is important. I still remember when I started on my own spiritual voyage. I don't think I've been in contact with any of those people I knew before that so many years ago. They just thought I was crazy, so let them think I'm crazy. If this is crazy, so be it. Here's a very important card for you, which is the Six of Swords. That's about a person moving from rough waters to calm waters through her own initiative. So you're on a good path here. The person is pushing a little boat from choppy waters to calm waters is the symbolism, and it is very good. And that's what you're doing. And, that just seems to irritate some people. They ought to be celebrating. I'm not saying go kill a fatted calf or anything, but,
I'm trying to cultivate inner peace because I know the outer world is a reflection of the inner world. So that's kind of what I'm focusing on.
Yeah, well, I wish more people understood that. It's also reflected in the Emerald Tablet, as above, so below. That's the way it goes. Well, I have to run now, but you can contact me anytime. My email is asktarot, one word, at earthlink.net, or you can find me through askoneradio.com. And anytime you want a little guidance with it, I can probably send you some texts, some books, some things I can email to you.
That would be wonderful. Can I ask you for one last card, just for a friend that has left this world, if that's possible?
I got the High Priestess card again, which means that you'll be in touch with that person. I've got to run. I've got only a minute and change to go.
Thank you so much. Take care.
My pleasure. Bye-bye now. And hey, that's it, folks. We come to the end of another edition of Reverend Elliot's Magical Window. Gosh, I really, maybe I'll talk less up front because, well, I'm still going to run out of time at some point, so that doesn't make sense. But, like my grandmother used to say, everything in life has an end except a salami. It has two. That was my grandmother. Go figure, right? So I'll see you again next Wednesday at 11 Eastern, 10 Central, 9 Mountain, 8 Pacific. Follow me at X, at Rev Elliot. And, let's see what comes along and see if we can get a dialogue going. Till then, remember, time flies. It's up to you to be the navigator. Bye-bye now.
Listening to A1R Psychic Radio, Earth's #1 psychic radio network, and watching Moonstruck TV, Enlightening Television. Welcome. Time for Amanda Hall Psychic with Amanda Hall. Live from AmandaHallPsychic.com.au. Connect direct. In North America, dial 888-454-2751. In London, 20-3519-2158. In Sydney, dial 02-8488-3147. Or online, contact us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/psychic radio. Or one of our websites, askoneradio.com or moonstruck.tv. This is Amanda Hall Psych on A1R, the Ask One Radio Network.
Welcome to A1R Psychic Radio here on Moonstruck TV with Amanda Hall Psychic all the way from the Gold Coast. What an interesting week it's been around the world. I'd love to say that the war in the Middle East is concluded, but, you know, we've got our fingers crossed and all our toes and everything else that something's going to be a breakthrough there. But on a more positive note, you know, in the USA, you've got some very regal visitors at the moment. You've got the King and Queen of England, and they're taking high tea and, you know, giving speeches and, you know, and it's a really positive time. It's nice to see that people from across other sides of the world can actually get together and sit down and have a chat and sort of, you know, talk about things in a light-hearted way, that not everything's got to be sort of so serious. Yes, there's a serious note to it, of course, but it's nice to see people sort of on a very friendly sort of gesture getting together and sharing a cup of tea. What a nice thing that is. So, you know, it's, you know, the world is changing. There's lots of things happening, and there's lots of things happening, particularly every week we seem to be talking about different weather events around the world that they seem to be coming more frequent. And, you know, I don't want to get on my soapbox, but I do think that we could all take a little bit more responsibility for that and sort of look at the things that we're throwing out and sort of be a little bit more conscious of what we're buying and the packaging that it's in, that we're not creating so much waste, and maybe hopefully some small part of that is going to, you know, contribute to the global warming situation, and maybe we can tone some of these weather events down. Anyway, the Simply Tarot card of the week this week is the Seven of Pentacles. Now, it's a really obscure sort of card because a lot of times when I was teaching tarot, people would sort of say to me, well, how come there can be so many different meanings, or which particular meaning does this mean? It is the card of work frustrations. Now, most of us think when we think of work frustrations, we think of our job, the job that pays the bills. But work frustrations can be work frustrations in any area of your life. It can mean hard work needing to be done, either at work or a situation in your life. So when this card comes out, if you're not working or work is not part of your daily routine, this can mean that you've got hard work to be done on a situation in your life. Most of the time I found that this came out in a reading, it was more that we had to put in some extra effort in something to do with our day-to-day lives. It very rarely sort of really meant work at work, that, you know, we had to put in some extra work in our day job. It was usually more that there was hard work to be done on a situation in life. Roll up your sleeves and let's get ready and let's get stuck into it. Now, hard work doesn't always have to be a negative. It can be a positive thing too. You could be working around the house, painting a wall or something like that, which is hard work. But the rewards are amazing when you stand back and you look at the job well done and how different the room looks because you put a coat of paint on it and you sort of feel everything's fresh and bright with the world. So don't look at this card as a negative. Look at it as a positive, that we have an opportunity to move things along in our lives and make our lives better. That's the way I like to look at it. I always like to try and find a positive out of something, even though there's situations or issues that we've got to do in our lives that may not be necessarily easy. We can focus on sort of saying, well, what is the end result out of this, and be comfortable and satisfied that we're working towards a goal that's going to improve our lives. And that's what I like to look at this card as, is working towards a goal and improving your lives. Okay, astrologically, it's a big week. I say that every week, but it is a major week this week, and I'll get to that in a minute. But happy birthday to all the Tauruses. It's a really magical time of the year where we're all sort of being asked, no matter what your star sign, to just slow down a little bit, stop and smell the roses, smell the coffee, just take a couple of breaths, just to chill a little bit and regroup and get ourselves ready for the remaining part of the year. It's a time to look at our personal finances, the things that are important to us, look at our diet, our health, our hygiene, what sort of meals are we putting on the table. But most importantly, I think it's take care of yourself. It's like be true to yourself, sort of look after yourself, sort of look after your monetary situation as well, because that sort of always rolls over into how that we take care of ourselves, whether we've got enough money to eat properly and pay all the bills and have less stress in our lives. But it's also a time of sort of, if you can, treat yourself to some little something extra in this week, if you possibly can, even if it's something that's not very expensive, but it's something that you sort of buy something and give yourself a little treat and say to yourself, you deserve this, you've worked hard, this is your little reward for, doing whatever it may be in your life. And it's always a boost to the soul when we can do that. So again, happy birthday to all the Tauruses. It's your special time of the year. It's your time to shine. It's your time to take yourself out and treat yourself with something else as well. And, make sure that you enjoy this period, because, you really don't get enough recognition usually throughout the year, usually very hard working and trying to keep everything together. It's your time to just sort of relax and bask in the sunshine and the glory for a little bit. So the big news is that Uranus has finally moved out of Taurus. It's been there for over 7 years. It's now moved into Gemini only in a matter of the last couple of days. So it is exciting news. Now, Uranus is going to be here for well in excess of 7 years. So we've got a long time to talk about Uranus sitting in Gemini. What does this mean? Now, Uranus is the planet of the unusual, the unexpected. It's like the bolt of lightning. It comes out of nowhere. It likes to clear the pathway. It's not always gentle in the way that it does it, because he sort of sees, I always call him a he always sees it as that, well, I've given you enough opportunity. You didn't get out of the road. You didn't make a change. You didn't do whatever. So I'm going to come in and I'm going to clear the decks. I'm going to make changes in your life that are long overdue. Now, I talk a lot about when a planet is first entering a sign and when a planet is about to depart the sign, that sometimes it feels as if it's almost at its peak, as if it's at its strongest. And yes, it can be seen that way. But it's also the fact that because it's just changed energies, Uranus has got a new lease on life. So he's got some new playmates to play with. So he's very excited and wants to get in there and hit the ground running and sort of be like that bolt of lightning and strike, 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 strike. So he's going to seem like he's sort of going a little bit out of control here for a little while he sort of makes his mark or makes an impression of entering into Gemini. Now, Gemini is Gemini is an energy where we sort of think of sort of local issues. We think of things about being excited, sort of getting out there, having conversations, being a little bit like a social butterfly, flitting from one situation to another as we have a conversation with this person and that person, and really get involved in our own local environment. So yes, Uranus in Gemini is obviously going to affect Geminis. It's going to affect Librans, Aquarians, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius the most. It is going to flow over to the other 8 signs. But I'm going to say to you, expect the unexpected, expect things to come out of nowhere, like the bolt of lightning. They may not start out to be for what you consider to be for your own good, but will end up putting you on the right path. It can mean that there can be sudden changes in jobs, real estate, cars, people, situations, anything that you could think of that could change very suddenly can be directly attributed to Uranus. Now, if you work with the energy and you're not uncomfortable with it, it can bring great rewards too. I'm really quite excited about it because I feel it's sort of going to shake up a lot of energy around the world. We're going to have different perspectives on things. And people are going to start sort of looking at things maybe through a different set of eyes. And just hopefully that will spill over into the environment where we're going to start to find some innovative new ways of maybe cutting emissions and sort of maybe trying to sort of give Mother Nature a bit of a helping hand and get these global weather events a little bit more under control, because we're going to find some different solutions that may cut pollution and things like that that I truly believe are contributing to it. And also on another positive, that maybe we're going to get some breakthrough communication in, between world leaders and the trouble spots in the world, that maybe people are going to start to look at things through a different lens and say, hang on a minute, this is really silly that we're all fighting amongst ourselves and we're doing ourselves a disservice. Maybe we can find a solution here that can work for everybody. That, no one person is always right and no one person is always wrong. Bit of a balance. Venus, the planet of love and affection in Gemini. So yes, this is going to be again affecting the air signs, which is Gemini, Aquarius, Libra, and the opposite sign of Sagittarius, but it's flowing over to the other remaining signs. So if you're looking for love, if you're looking to sort of maybe have someone new come into your life and you've been feeling a little bit stale lately, that nothing sort of seems to be working, this is your opportunity to step out of your comfort zone. Maybe go to some new venues, take up a new hobby, take up a new sport, do something different, shake things up, get out into your local environment more, become involved in some, local community events, get involved with the homeless shelter or something along those lines, something that's different, shaking you up, shaking you out of your comfort zone. And this way you're going to meet some different people instead of meeting the same people in the same environments and the same places all the time. This gives you an opportunity to broaden your horizons, and hopefully then that you can attract love. And, quite often with Venus sitting in Gemini, it's in our local environment. It's not necessarily about long distance or dating apps or things like that and dating somebody across the world that we never get the chance to meet, but we think we're madly in love with them. It's about taking things back to basics, back to your local environment. Go for a walk in the park, take up a new hobby, walk the dog, do something different, and there's the chances of you meeting somebody special. Now, the other news is that Jupiter is now finally gone direct, has been for a couple of weeks now, in Cancer. It's been a long time that Jupiter was retrograde, and I know it really affected a lot of Cancers around the world. They have lots of Cancerian clients where they did seem to be able to make any traction. Now, look, they get a lot of bad press, Cancers, that, they're always retracting in their shell and they're not very strong. Well, none of that's really true. Yes, they do like to retract into their shell occasionally, but, you've got to remember they're a crab. They take their home with them. So, whether they seem to be going forwards, backwards or sideways, they're still making progress. And to the rest of us mere mortals, we don't seem to understand that they have a master plan. They know exactly where they're going and what they're doing, and they're more strong and more together and have more direction than we tend to give them credit for. So with Jupiter here, now going direct, it's their opportunity to shine. There may be opportunities coming their way that they thought may have been closed off to them or wouldn't have been able to come forward for them. And now's the time for them to get out there and be a bit bold and sort of make things happen that they really want to happen in their lives, because it's their time to shine before Jupiter sort of progresses and moves out of their sign and moves into the next sign. So if you're a Cancer, get your hat on, here's your hat, what's your hurry, let's get things moving. You've got an opportunity now to show the world what you're made of, and that's a really good thing. So it's interesting now that I'm going to talk about Pluto. Pluto's moved into Aquarius, been there for a bit over 12 months now, going to be there for a very, very long time. So I don't tend to talk about Pluto and Aquarius very often. because it would become monotonous week after week talking about the same planet. But I'm going to talk about Pluto today because he's just now come out of his retrograde phase and is now stationary, nearly ready to move forward. Now, why is this important? Pluto is the planet of transformation, the opportunity where maybe we can make things very, very different in our lives to what we have had. And Pluto is asking us, because he's sitting in Aquarius, asking everybody to think outside the square. Now, this doesn't matter what your star sign is. Pluto is trying to transform everything. Yes, it's affecting the air signs more so, which is Aquarius, Gemini, Libra, and the opposite sign of Leo. But let's just hope with Pluto becoming stationary and ready to go direct, maybe, just maybe, we'll get some breakthroughs in world events, and particularly in the Middle East, where maybe communication might become a little bit clearer and a little bit less angry, where people are starting to look outside their own personal needs or their own version of looking at things and thinking outside the square and looking for different solutions and different ways that maybe we can all move forward collectively as a group. Wouldn't that be lovely? So let's just hope, with Pluto now going direct, that we're going to see some positive movement in some of those trouble spots around the world, and communication, no matter what level it is, on what level of government, but maybe we're going to start to get some answers. We're going to start to get some direction, because the world has seen to be a little bit chaotic at the moment. You know, things that were predictable or things that we knew, and it doesn't matter which country you live in, are now all of a sudden being shaken up, and we're being asked to think differently or look at things in a different way. And for a lot of people, that's very uncomfortable. You know, they may not be happy with the status quo, but they know it, they understand it, they mightn't like it, but it's more comfortable to sit in that than to have somebody come along and tip everything upside down and shake it up and say, well, what do we do next? We feel really uncomfortable like that. As human beings, we might like to complain about things and wish things would change, but when change comes about, we don't particularly like it unless we instigate it. 9 times out of 10, we personally haven't instigated it. Somebody else has done that, and then we start to feel very uncomfortable and then sometimes threatened or intimidated because somebody else has got the control, and we don't particularly like that. So I'm going to wrap up the astrology with sort of saying Neptune is still conjunct Saturn in Aries, and it's still sort of, you know, asking you to sort of think outside the square a little bit, but also be aware that some of the creativity that might be sitting around you, and again, I'm going to say it doesn't really matter what your star sign is. Yes, it's predominantly affecting Aries, Leo, Sagittarius, and the opposite sign of Libra, but it is washing over all the other signs. So Neptune's leading the charge here. He's asking us to be creative. He's asking us to sort of be a little bit selfish here and put ourselves in the me first category, no matter what your star sign is. That then that motivates you. It gets you up off the couch. It gets you out the door. It gets you thinking. And then we can bring in the discipline of Saturn, sort of saying, okay, now I can stabilize things. Now that you've given me an opening, you're showing me what's in your head, what's in your heart, what you're hoping to achieve. Now I can bring the platform in and put a solid foundation underneath you. We can sort of look and create a structure together. So we've got creativity and structure working together, and it's got to be sort of you leading the charge, and then we can start to bring in other people. And finally, we've still got Mars sitting in Aries, so it's a time where it is a time of action. So no matter what your star sign is, don't waste this energy. It's a time to get up off the couch, get out the door, start to make your dreams a reality. We're going to talk with Shirley in Spring Hill in Florida. Are you there, Shirley?
Yes, I'm here.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Shirley?
I'm just concerned about my house, how it's going to be.
Okay. Technically, we're not supposed to discuss health in different parts of the world because we're not doctors and practitioners, but I can tell you on an energetic level, there seems to feel like a blockage there to me, Shirley. It's sort of like, have you been working on things to try and improve your health in this last 6 to 12 months, and you sort of feel now like as if you've reached a plateau,
Yes.
as if things aren't progressing as
Yeah,
I'd
I've been
like them
working
to
on
be?
it. Yep.
Yeah, but it's sort of almost,
Yes, I've been working
I
on
almost
it.
feel, I feel almost stuck now, as if I don't know what to do next.
Right. Well,
Is that
everything
how
seems
you're
to be
feeling?
okay right now.
Yeah, but you know, but I'm looking for sort of like the next layer. I'm looking for the next opening, and that doesn't seem to be materializing just yet. Not that that's a bad thing. If you're comfortable with where your health is sitting at the moment, that's great. But I'm going to suggest to you that, you know, you haven't quite completed everything yet. There's still some more to come, but I don't think it's necessarily do we need to force it or look for it at the moment. The answers will come as they're meant to. But the changes that you've already made are the right changes because we're seeing the results that you were hoping for, and that's a good thing. They keep showing me as if there's some sort of, I'm going to put this, there's something that you're doing that is aggravating things. Now, I'm not sure whether that's a physical thing. I would have gone more with you need to pay a little bit more attention to what you're actually putting in your mouth. And I'm not talking about diet as in diet to sort of lose weight or anything, but just be aware of how you feel after you eat certain foods. You know, most of us eat a sort of a very similar diet from one week to the next. You know, we sort of tend to shop and eat the same sort of things. But then occasionally we might bring something else in or something we only have every now and then. That's the sort of thing I want you to take notice of, how your body feels an hour, 2 hours, the next day after eating something that isn't regular to you. And I feel then you'll find then that there's certain things that have triggered things in the past that you weren't aware of because of that reason. You know, you don't think of it. You know, I don't often say have peaches, for argument's sake. And when I do, you know, I really enjoy them, but then the next couple of days I feel really tired. But you don't sort of necessarily associate that with that because it's a seasonal sort of thing. It's not something we have every week. So, you know, I just want you to be a little bit more aware of that. I'm not saying you've got to cut things completely out of your lifestyle, but you know, if you know that that's the reaction that you get, then you plan for that. You know what I mean? You sort of, you don't, you know, have high energy days that you need after eating something like that, you know, doesn't necessarily agree with your system. But, you know, like I sort of feel with you, it wasn't what I'd call really serious health conditions. It was more about balance the energy. That was, I felt, more your issue.
Oh, the energy? Okay.
Yeah, to me, it was sort of like the energy went up, it went down. You know, there was no consistency there. Like you couldn't plan too far ahead because you didn't know how you were going to feel on that particular day. That seems to be sort of stabilising itself a lot more now too. Would it be fair to say that you're managing stress in your life better than what you were?
Yes, I am.
I think that's been a conscious thing, though, that, you know, you've tried to sort of minimise it the best that you can, but you're trying to look at things in a different sort of way, not allowing yourself to get so stressed out about things that you have no control over. You're sort of, oh, well, can't do much about that. I've just got to go with it. And that's also helping too with your energy levels. It's not just one thing or one area that's made the huge difference. It's been collectively everything together has brought the result. So they keep showing me a question mark around where you're living. Are you questioning whether you're going to stay there? Is that why I'm picking that up?
Well, I'm not real happy where I live.
Mm-hmm.
Questioning it, yeah, not making any plans or anything.
No, but they just showed me question marks around the home, and it was sort of like, you know I'm going to have to address this, but I'm not ready to just yet. But the questioning was still there.
Okay. Yes.
Yeah, and that's okay.
We don't question it. Yes.
Yeah, we don't need to make a decision this year or put it on a time scale. It's just be aware of that. That to me shows me that you're precisely where you need to be, you know, that you've done everything right as far as trying to balance your health. You're aware of the things that you can't change. You're aware that you're not particularly happy where you're living, but it's not urgent yet. It's not a time that I've got to sit down and make a decision what to do next. The answers will come over time, Shirley. So, you know, that's a good balance to me, that you're aware of it, you're not letting it stress you out, but you also know, well, you know, I'd be open to suggestions. If something came up, I'd look at it, but it's not urgent yet, and that's good. You know, I think you're precisely where you're meant to be. So I hope that's been of help, Shirley.
Okay, well, that's good. Thank you.
You're very welcome. We're going to talk with Brittany now in Greenville in Michigan. Are you there, Brittany?
I am.
Do you have a question I can answer for you, please, Brittany?
I was wondering if you could do a general read.
If not, I can give you specific.
It's easier for me if you've got a particular question, because we've got such a limited time that I want to make sure that,
Okay.
I've helped the best I can.
Let's say, how about around my relationship?
Okay. So can you give me the person's first initial, please?
J.
J, okay. Really, really interesting, because what I'm picking up around the relationship, I'm not going to say that there's an ending coming, but what I'm saying is that there's been some changes or some adjustments there. And it's like Jay sort of feels as if they've done more of the work than you. And I'm not necessarily going to agree with that. It's just their perception of the situation, that they've had to do more work or make more changes or make more allowances than you have. I think it's been a pretty much a 50-50 split. Would it be fair to say that you're becoming the stronger one of the two in the relationship?
As far as the relationship, yeah, I think so.
Yeah, and look, I'm not saying that that's a bad thing. I'm just saying, be aware of that. I don't think that it's ever going to be what I'd term as a 50-50 split. I think it's always going to be you're going to need to be the leader. You're going to need to be the one that suggests things or bring things up or sort of follows through. It's not that Jay's lazy. It's just that's who they are. Like you're happy to take the lead, and that's not a bad thing. Has there been a discussion about this becoming more serious?
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah.
Because that to me is the next thing that's going to come up. It's sort of like once we get to the middle part of this year, which we're not far off, it's sort of like that starts to sort of build momentum. All I can suggest to you is just follow your heart. It's not for me to say whether this is right, wrong or indifferent. That's up to you to make that sort of decision. But as long as you're aware that you're going to need to be the stronger one of the two in the relationship, you're going to need to be the leader, you're going to need to be the one that instigates things, then that's fine. They'll give you their opinion, but they won't necessarily be the one to make suggestions. And as long as you're comfortable with that, I don't see any reason why this relationship shouldn't progress and sort of, become more serious. But if for some reason that's not what you want, then you've got a big decision to make. And as I said, it's not for me to make that, but I just sort of I don't feel uncomfortable with the relationship. That was the only thing that jumped out at me that sort of, that could be a bit of an issue. But, you're already aware of that, so that's good. There's a new job coming. Have you been looking for a new job?
No, I currently I own a restaurant and I've been ill, so I haven't been there, and I've had some struggles with decision making on that, whether I get rid of the restaurant or I try to keep getting healthier to get myself back there.
Mm-hmm. I actually feel you're going to make a decision about moving it on. I think it's time for a change, and it's not just purely because of your health. I think there's other layers to this too that you need to consider. I mean, obviously your health's got to get better. You've got to focus on that. Yes, I agree with that. But I don't think that's totally the reason for the decision at why you're going to make the decision about is it time to go out of the business or sell the business and embark on a new direction. And that's what I'm seeing. And it's not a decision that's got to be made today. It's something I think that you can think about, but I feel that it's time for a change. And by doing that, it will help your health, but it's not the major cause of your health issues either. It's sort of like I want to separate those. They're two separate sort of issues, even though they overlap. The business didn't cause you to get sick. It's just, it's your body's way of saying there's got to be changes, and it's just unfortunate that, you can't go into work as you used to do and haven't got the hands-on that, and I think something is in a strange sort of way, Brittany, the passion's gone a little bit too. And that's not just because you've been unwell. I think it's your soul's way of showing you that it's time for a new adventure.
Yeah. Okay.
That you've done, you've proved.
I've finally started thinking about maybe selling recently. So.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I mean. And there's no urgency that it's got to be done today.
Something more peaceful, something more relaxing for me.
Yeah, and something that sort of gives you some time back to yourself too. I sort of felt the restaurant took too much of your time, too much of your soul.
Yeah.
Yeah, and by August, you'll know exactly where to go and what to do, and you may have even sold it by then, but August was the real turning point. So I hope that's helped you, Brittany. That's where we've got to leave it. We've come to the end of the show. It's always interesting as people are going through changes in their lives and big decisions, and, health does play a major role in that because, if we don't have our health, we don't have the energy and the tenacity and the drive to sort of bring about change or put the extra energy into something that's really important to us. And I think, we all need to take a leaf out of Brittany's book and sort of start to look at our health and start to sort of put ourselves first. And it's really important that we do that. The older I get, the more I realise now that, the things that we do in our younger days when we're wild and young and silly and think we can manage on loads of coffee and no sleep, and it does catch up on you. And, it's and I suppose that's part of, being young and youthful, and then as we mature we hopefully get a little bit more wisdom and look after ourselves a little bit better. Anyway, this week I want to leave you with a song that's a very old song but a very, very beautiful song, and this is again going to show my age. Because I like all different types of music, and I go with something that sort of jumps out at me or something that speaks to me. And this week, the song I'm going to leave you with is Going In With My Eyes Open by David Soul. Now, for most of you, you probably won't remember who David Soul is, but David Soul was that beautiful blonde-headed hunk out of Starsky and Hutch. And, he had a beautiful voice, and he was a very soulful sort of singer. And he was, Ken Hutch. And I must admit, I've been actually catching up, binge watching Starsky and Hutch this last week. I bought the collection on DVD. It was one of my favourite shows many, many, many years ago. And and he had another wonderful hit that my producers just reminded me in the US is Don't Give Up On Us, Baby. And that was a big hit here too in Australia. I mean, I don't think he ever really got the accolades he deserved for the beautiful voice that he had. But, they were certainly full of energy, Starsky and Hutch. And, it's a good series. If you get a chance to catch up on it, it's action-packed, and it's still got the momentum it had all those years ago, 40 years ago. So until next week, bye for now.
Hi everybody, welcome to Astrology and Psychic Readings with Lady D. I'm your host, Lady D. So what we've got coming up this week with the planets, we do have a conjunction of Mercury and Mars.